Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 2023 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association Primary Athletics Championships. They're being conducted at Olympic Park, Sydney, close enough to Homebush if you like. And we would like to acknowledge that this event, we are on the lands of the Wongal people, and we pay our respects to the elders past, present, and extended that respect to Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander people viewing this broadcast. We're very fortunate this morning that we are able to see a very special event, which is the Multiclass Shotput. And we've got some young ladies here this morning that are participating in Multiclass Shotput. I've had the opportunity to talk to a couple of people involved in the event. One or two coaches and some competitors. Young lady we have in the throwing area at the moment is Macy Wilson. She's a senior girl and she is from Gunning. Gunning, that beautiful regional township up on the southern tablelands. Interestingly enough, Gunning up on the southern tablelands is included in the South Coast region. So the South Coast region is quite broad, I guess, as a lot of the regions are. But the South Coast region will go from anywhere down near Eden on the south coast up towards Helensburgh, and then it will come inland to bordering on the ACT and up into the Southern Highlands areas of Mossvale and Bowral. Macy is from Gunning. Some of the neighbouring towns around Gunning you may be familiar with also would be the towns of Crookwell, Gundaroo. So Macy is completing her shot put now. You'll notice that she is a left-handed shot putter. For the multi-class shot put, you'll notice that the athletes are have the benefit of, I guess, being anchored into the throwing chair, and there's also a post that they can hold on to during the throwing action. Gives them a little bit of, quite a lot of support, so I've been told by one of the coaches. And, of course, the post has to be interchangeable from side to side depending on the preference of the athlete. Macy is a left-hander, so the post's on the right side. She doesn't need the post. She's into her third or fourth throw this morning, going very nicely. Conditions are great out here this morning at Olympic Park. We believe the temperature is going to get up to something around the mid-20s. I think the breeze is going to turn towards the south, but we'll wait and see what transpires. Macy gets another throw away. All the throws are measured. She's from Gunning, South Coast region. If you're watching from Gunning this morning, from the public school, teachers and other staff and maybe students at the school, we welcome you to the broadcast. Welcome to Sydney. Welcome to Olympic Park. With the knowledge that it'll probably be getting pretty warm down at Gunning later today as well. But we really hope that you are enjoying it back in the classroom if you are watching. Big shout out to all of you. And Macy Wilson is hauling the mail at the moment. She's in the chair. And she is surrounded by probably more officials than I've ever seen at a shot put event. But there's plenty of support here this morning. We're just waiting for a lot of the competitions to get up and underway. They are starting to do that around the stadium, on the track and in the field. Each of our multi-class athletes throughout the 2 days of competition are very fortunate to be very well assisted by a group of assistants, if you like. I keep a very close eye on them, attend to their needs, and so there's a great support staff helping with the multi-class events. Macy comes to the end of her series of throws, and she will now leave the throwing chair and the throwing area. That looked easier to get out of than I originally thought. And Macy now makes her way from the throwing area. She's completed her throws for this morning. She is the representative, as we said, from Gunning Public School up on the southern tablelands. Once again, welcome if you are viewing from Gunning or wherever you are throughout the state. And I do believe sometimes people are picking up the telecast in places across the world. We never know. We have friends, relatives that are located all around the globe that are able to watch the students compete in these championships. It's a really great opportunity via the live stream to allow friends, relatives, classmates, teachers, or just if you like to tune in and watch a bit of school athletics, great opportunity to be able to tune in and watch a bit of it. Conditions are beautiful out here this morning. The sun is shining. There's just a light sort of cover of not heavy cloud, just enough to take the sting out of the sun this morning. All right, happy days. We've got the beautiful conditions here this morning, and here we are at the Olympic Park venue. I guess the old warm-up venue for Olympic Games, talking circa 2000, but it is the major venue, beautiful stadium that it is. You can hear a crowd in the background. We've got track events being contested as well as field events. And here we are at the multi-class shot put And our next competitor, Lachlan Reid. It is Lachlan Reid. He is from Waitara, Our Lady of the Rosary, Waitara. He's in the Paulding region of schools. He's preparing to shot put. And he's being very well assisted here, making sure he is secure in the throwing area. Righto, we've got Lachlan Reid here from Our Lady of the Rosary, Waitara. He is participating in a multi-class shot put. He's from the Paulding region. He's 9 years old. 3 metres 7'7". His third throw coming up now. Now Lachlan is one of these shot putters in multi-class who makes use of the stabilising pole. It is located for him on his left-hand side, gives him some stability throughout the shot-putting action. Steve Dunn, field referee, just chatting to Lachlan. Might be just slowing it all down, making sure the thrower is comfortable. Give a little bit of a rest between each throw because unlike other shot put competitions where we've got the athlete secured into the throwing chair, don't like to be moving them in and out of that arrangement. So therefore they remain in the throwing position for the entirety of their throws. So they get 6 throws. Lachlan's just completed a throw of 4 metres 04. 4 metres and 4 centimetres, going quite nicely. And I think we're coming up to one of Lachlan's final throws here, final shots. It's put number 6. It's nice work, it's got a nice action. Gets a good right shoulder into it. Lachlan from Our Lady of the Rosary, Waitara, Paulding Region and Group of Schools. Lachlan Reid. If you are from Lachlan's school or Lachlan's class, you give him a big round of applause back in the classroom. He's completed his throws this morning. And if you've been able to tune in and watch, thank you very much for watching. You might be able to encourage your teachers at different times throughout the day to tune in and watch the athletics. There's a whole host of stuff that's going to be going on here at the Olympic Park venue. And I guess if you're very, very good for your teachers back in your classrooms, they might allow you to watch a little bit more athletics. Might have to skip some maths, might have to skip a little bit of other stuff that we might regularly do. If you talk really nice to your teachers, say please and thank you, all of those kind of nice things. Who knows, you might get to watch more and more athletics as the next 2 days unfold. We've got a new competitor here, Finn Moore. He is from Carlton Public. If you are watching from Carlton Public in the Sydney East region, welcome to the broadcast. And nice shout out to all of you folks at Carlton Public, all the staff there and the students, fellow students. Your student, Finn Moore, is being organised into the throwing chair for the multi-class shot put. Finn, it looks like he is a right-handed shot putter. He's being secured into the chair. He'll have access to the stability pole on his left-hand side. And I guess this morning, I mean, the wind it's negligible at the moment. The flags on the cranes at the construction sites nearby, there's not much happening with them. There's a light flutter through some of the promotional flags at the stadium itself, but the information from the Bureau that we can access is suggesting that the wind is drifting out of the south at the moment and will continue to do so throughout the day. And that may be helping just to cool things down, because otherwise the heat is starting to be generated here down at ground level. We are here at the New South Wales Primary Schools, the 2003 Championships. Students from throughout New South Wales. Beautifully exemplified, I guess, by the fact that we've got in our first event on the field that we are covering this morning, we have a student from Sydney East. From Carlton, we have a student from Waitara, from the Paulding region, and we've had another student from beautiful little township of Gunning down on the southern tablelands, part of the South Coast region of schools. So the scattering of athletes is evident, and it is far and wide. I guess it's one of the beautiful things about being able to come to Sydney for the state championships. That is, we get to see students from throughout the state, but they also get to meet people that have similar interests and pursuits. And here they are gathering in Sydney, an opportunity to chat to each other. I certainly know that the secondary school students do enjoy that. They chat quite freely, kind of make friends across the years. And you can imagine that they see the same people sometimes coming back to the state championships, sometimes from far away. And they meet again at the state championships in Sydney every year. Great to see each other. We've got Finn Moore has his first throw in the multi-class shot put. He's being assisted by field referee Steve Dunn. Well, Finn is actually in his practice throw stage of the event. He does make use of the pole on his left-hand side. Gets a good grip on that. And his competition is about to commence, as indicated by the fact that Steve Dunn now has the white and red flag in his hand. Throw number 1. And he gets it away. It's a nice shot put. Nice rotation of the right shoulder. And he opens his account with a shot put of 5 metres and 14 centimetres. We've got Finn Moore, Carlton Public. He's 11 years old. Sydney East. I think he liked that one a bit more. He's just starting to move into his work now. Finn, body's probably warming up a little bit more, and he's getting a bit more comfortable with the whole concept of the competition here. You can imagine there's a bit of anxiety, a few nerves going around this morning. Athletes competing at the state level. Nice rotation. A little lower trajectory on that one. Officials just making sure they get the correct part of the impression. The day will go on. We do have more shot put taking place just to the western side of us. And these shot put sectors, well, they may start the morning looking nice and pristine and fresh, but as the day goes on, there is a mass collection of divots from the landing of the ball. Finn Moore, Carlton Public, Sydney East. His 4th throw in the competition. Turns and lets it go, and I think that is his best throw. Steve Dunn is happy. He gets the white flag. And that is the best for him of the competition, 5 metres, 53 centimetres. Nice turn. Fair throw. White flag indicates that. I think this is better still. 5.53, best at the moment. 5.64. He's pushing it out there. Getting better and better for Finn. Hope you're enjoying it from Carlton Public. Good spin and good turn and throw. And I think his 5.60 effort may be his best here in the competition. He's done very, very well. Field referee Steve Dunn, now very experienced at dealing with athletes at this level. Not only is he involved in the officiating and the detail and the knowledge of the rules, but he's also very, very skilled at talking to the athletes, making them feel comfortable, making them feel assured, and ensuring that they have a good experience at this level of competition. It can be quite daunting at this level, and you've got guys like Steve that done a lot of this, and is able to make the athletes feel comfortable and at home, and therefore assist them in producing their best performances when they get to the state level. We're focused now on Finn Moore. He's now been handed the discus. We might move our camera setup. It's pulled it a little bit. We're going to move back a bit because Finn's got the capacity to really let this go.
We've got a good shot of that. Let's keep going, Fred. Eyes watching, please. Maybe behind.
And Finn Moore moving into a little bit of discus work now after multi-class shot put. Finn can certainly make the discus fly quite beautifully. He was able to give us a great view as it soared over our heads where we were set up in a spot where we weren't quite expecting it, but we got a great look at the discus as he let it go in his first or in his practice throw. Breeze picking up just a touch out of the south. Officials are adjusting the markings of the sector to accommodate the greater distances here. Beautiful rotation and just a lovely use of the torso. Beautiful turn, nice wind up, and gaining maximum force. 13 meter discus throw here, and Finn has the discus flying beautifully this morning. Very nice. Low trajectory. Putting it out there. He's popped a 13-metre throw out there so far. Steve Dunn, the field referee, is happy. He shows the white flag and measures an 11-metre, 83-centimetre discus throw by Finn Moore from Carlton, Sydney East. Sometimes the fellow students don't get an opportunity to watch their athletes competing at zone and regional level, but here at state, coming straight to you in the beautiful conditions at Olympic Park, and Finn has just launched a really lovely discus throw there. We're going to get the measure from Steve Dunn, the field referee. 15 metres, 0-2. For anyone who's watching this morning, sitting back in classrooms, we're watching Finn at the moment with the discus. He's basically using the techniques that we should be conscious of if you are performing the discus, trying to generate the force and the effort, not just using the arm, but the rotation of the body, the big muscles of the upper body, sometimes neglected in throwing events by say a learner or a novice, and he's got a lovely rotation going, and he's just having a nice time this morning now, letting a few go, almost at his leisure, but I'm sure it's not at his leisure. He's in competition. Measurement coming up. Another 15-metre throw for Finn Moore from Carlton. Another nice one there. Officials are on the job. You see a variety of methods of measuring in the field events. Here we've got the traditional measure with the tape. There's also electronic form of measuring. They're using that at the Discus this morning, just the Discus sector. And throwing circle is just to the east, just beside the multi-class shot at the moment. Finn gets his sixth throw away. It's a fair throw. And the wind is just starting to pick up a little, which is really nice because it's just cooling things down for the athletes. It's only sitting at around 20 degrees here this morning. I imagine some of you sitting in classrooms in regional areas, it may have hit 20 degrees well before 9:30 where you are. But the conditions are good. Almost perfect here for athletes at the moment. We've got 1,500 metres and 800 metre runners on the track, some of the mid-distances. And I would have to say, for those people, this is a nice temperature probably to operate in. Not too hot, not too cool. And if you can hear from the stands, the competition is starting to heat up. The entertainment is on. And we've got the mid-distance events on the track. Finn Moore from Carlton Public School, Sydney East, completes his discus throws. That's his shot and discus commitments out of the way for the morning. It's a really nice effort. You're sitting back in the classroom. You give him a bit of a round of applause. It's very, very well done. We've got Macy Wilson now making her way back into the throwing area. And Macy will now compete in the discus. She's being secured in the throwing area.
Attention to the presentation area. We have the medal winners for the junior girls 1,500 metres. Our presenter today is Julie Austin, Director of Sports, Arts and Initiatives. Thank you so much for being here. Our bronze medalists representing St. Catherine's, Skymere, Jenna Hayden. Silver medalist from Flinders, South Coast, Dakota McQueen. And our complimentary winner representing Sydney North, Newclean, Emma Shields.
Worth keeping in mind here as Macy finalises her preparations for the discus. Worth keeping in mind that for multi-class events, athletes, whether they are on the track or in field events, will complete each performance, say each throw, for example, each jump, in swimming, each swim. And then they're, depending on their classification, that will then go towards a formula that calculates their performance, and those formulas are often based on world best performances. So we don't have a result initially in a lot of the multi-class events. We have to wait until those efforts and performances are calculated, and that allows athletes across various classifications to compete on what I guess we like to call a level playing field. And we've got Macy Wilson here from Gunning, the left-handed shot putter, representing Gunning, not only Gunning Public School, but also South Coast region. So she's completing some of her shot puts here, and now she'll move into discus. I can't be certain, but trying to listen to some of the conversation between officials and Macy. She will throw, she's preparing to throw a 500-gram discus. And she'll be throwing towards the northern end of the stadium. Wind, just a gentle flutter at the moment. Did have a little gust a while back. Temperature in the early 20s at the moment. Conditions perfect. So officials now just checking for specifications for the discus, and she's away with the 500-gram, I believe, discus, and she's in the practice phase just prior to her competition beginning. Practice phase here for Macy Wilson from Gunning. Steve Dunn, field referee, just chatting to Macy, making sure she's ready to go. Officials are ready, and we are underway. Steve Dunn gives her the white flag. He's happy. The officials are happy. It lands within the sector. The measure is going to take place. She opens her competition with a discus throw of 6 metres 28. Once again, you can see the nice rotation of the body in this performance of the discus. A fine example to anyone who is trying to learn this event. We may be throwing it with our hands and our arm, but experienced athletes engage the bigger muscles of the body, trying to recruit the muscles of the torso, the shoulders. And Macy obviously able to do this very, very well. And she now moves into a throw of 6 metres, over 6 metres. Now, Steve Dunn, field referee, showing his experience, because what these athletes in the multi-class have to experience is that they perform their throws in quick succession, whereas in some shot put and discus competition, you will find the athlete that has their performance then retires back to the comfort of the stands and the seats and waits until the other athletes all complete their first round or second round, and then they come back out. So they have adequate time to rest between throws or efforts. But in this multi-class event, because of the nature of the preparation for it, the athlete is required to perform one throw after another. Steve Dunn just slowing it down, making it nice and relaxed for Macy. She gets it away. She's from the South Coast region. And a throw of 6 metres 87.
Attention in the grandstand. We'd like to acknowledge Alexander Miller from Mortlake in Sydney East. Alex just broke the record for the junior boys 1500 metres.
Officials are happy. The measure will take place. She's putting it out over 6 metres this morning, Macy. And a 6 metre, 61 centimetre throw. I think we're getting towards the end of her competition here. I believe that is Macy's final throw. Officials are happy. She gets the white flag. She gets the measure. Recorders are ready. 5.83. Another aspect of having to complete repetitive throws is the fact that the athletes at the multi-class level, they have to deal with the fact that because it's the throws occur in quick succession, there's the possibility of a fatigue factor that comes into play. And this is why the field referee may choose to just try and slow it down for the athlete, have a bit of a conversation, let them recover a little bit between throws. It's generally something that field athletes experience anyway. Say, for example, in long jump, high jump, the further the competition goes, the more efforts have been made, and fatigue starts to play a part. We believe Macy's best performance this morning is 6 metres 87. So nice round of applause for Macy Wilson. Give her a nice round of applause back at Gunning. Thank you to the kids and staff at Gunning for watching this morning, or wherever you're watching throughout the state or the country, or as we said, we do have people watching in other parts of the world. Welcome to the broadcast. Really hope you're enjoying it. We're very fortunate here in Sydney this morning in that we have absolutely excellent and beautiful conditions for this New South Wales primary schools athletics event in day one. Now, you may be interested to know that if you maybe attending on day two, that the forecast is a little different. We are expecting some wet weather tomorrow, so might be worth throwing in some of the wet weather gear. But here we are at the moment, about 21 degrees, light breeze just starting to gather out of the south, and the ground is looking absolutely magnificent this morning. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at the New South Wales Primary Schools Athletics Championships for 2023, and we're very lucky to be able to swing across the stadium and take in a little bit of senior girls multi-class long jump. Beautiful jump. Beautiful jump. Girls are enjoying jumping into a nice little breeze here this morning. There's a lot going on the track. You can hear the crowd lifting. We've got our own support on this side. We're on the eastern side of the stadium watching the senior girls multi-class long jump. That was Heidi Luzchenko from Luddenham. And now Alexia Codling, Foster, Hunter Region, stands at the top of the runway in the senior girls multi-class long jump. She makes her way now, gathers her speed, hits the board. We've got to wait for Happy. Happy. It's a white flag. It's a measure for Alexia Codling. I believe this is a Sydney Southwest girl. And I think this is Chloe Hunter. And if that is so, Chloe Hunter is from Panania. If you are watching back in your schools, welcome to the broadcast this morning, coming straight at you out of the Olympic Park venue. Beautiful jump. Chloe Hunter, Panania. Believe this is Rosie Henderson. She removes the cap. Camden. Qualifying mark of 1:67. She makes her way in. There's the jump. And the measure will take place. The measure will take place. This looks like Evelisi Tepemuhu from the Riverina, all the way from the Riverina. She makes her way to the board and she completes her effort. Evelisi. doing my best to get the competitors here. That's a girl from the South Coast region, I believe from Kiama, Isabella Walsh. If our information is correct, I believe that is the South Coast uniform. The competitors is not wearing individual competitor numbers here at the primary school, so there's a little bit of guesswork that I do apologise for if I'm getting some of the names wrong. And we think that's Melissa Fitzgerald. No. No. I don't think that is, but Sydney North, Melissa Fitzgerald.
I'm drawing your attention to the presentation area. We have the Lebanese girls 1500 metres medal winners. Our bronze medalist representing Dane Bay, CIS, Talia Hassan.
2-foot takeoff, standing jump. I'm saying it's Melissa Fitzgerald, Chittaway.
And our gold medal winner from Charlestown, Qatar, Charlotte James. Thank you to Ms. Geordie Austin, Director of Sports, Arts and Initiatives, presenting those medals.
I know for sure that is Margaret Jordan from Kensington, Sydney East, just completes her jump in the senior girls multi-class long jump. It was Margaret Jordan. Officials are just speaking to the girls now. I think the girls have completed 3 rounds of competition. And we'll confirm all of that in a moment. Of course, we've got the scores that have to go into the formula for, depending on the classification for each multi-class athlete. We've got events taking place on the track beside us. We're in the middle of a 1500 metre program at the moment on the track. But right here, we are coming to the end of what I believe is the preliminary rounds of the senior girls multi-class long jump. In fact, we may be concluding that event. We'll have that information for you in a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We've just took a little break as the officials were organising the finalists for the senior girls multi-class long jump. And here we go. We will have Marley Knox, Chittaway, Sydney North. Marley completes her jump. She gets the white flag and the measure is taken. Those of you watching in schools will notice that there is an official at the takeoff board. The feet allowed to be on the board, not over. The official holds two flags. The official that is judging the fairness or otherwise of the jump. And one of them is a white flag, one of them is red. If everything is clear at the takeoff area, white flag is presented. If there is a foul, it is a red flag. It is Annalise Terry from Pitt Town, Sydney West. If you're watching the long jump competition with us this morning, we're in the final of the senior girls for the multi-class. Our next competitor in the final from Luddenham. From Bomaderry, South Coast, Kalani McMahon. All the way from Bomaderry on the South Coast. Those of you not familiar with Bomaderry, down towards the town of Nowra. In Bomaderry, a little closer to the coast, I think. That is Kalani McMahon. Next competitor finished fifth in the competition after the preliminary rounds, preliminary jumps. Therefore, she will jump fourth. It is Isabella Walsh. She's from Kiama, South Coast. Isabella Walsh. Best jump coming into the competition, 2.71 metres. I hope the kids from Kiama are enjoying the broadcast this morning. If you are, welcome to the show. It is a beautiful day here in Sydney. And she has what looks like a clean jump, and she receives the white flag. Isabella Walsh. From Sydney Southwest and Pannonia, Chloe Hunter now stands at the top of the runway. From Sydney Southwest, Chloe Hunter. If you're watching from Pannonia, welcome as well. Here we are. We're on the eastern side of the stadium here at Olympic Park. She hits the board. Nice takeoff. Good landing. Everything falling forward. Hands, feet, body, the lot falling forward, which is what the long jumper wants, to avoid that backward sort of movement where they lose ground with their hands falling back into the pit. It's a fair jump, I think. They're taking the measurement. Heidi Lutchenko from Luddenham now. She's in. She gets the takeoff. She finished third in the preliminary rounds. I believe we have Mia Hogan. It's a measure from the Killip region and group of schools. And now at the top of the runway from Nambucca Heads, North Coast, Lexi Brown, leader coming into the final. and looks a leader at this stage, doesn't she? What a beautiful jump it was, nicely into the air. Long jumper got to not only concentrate on getting, sounds a bit odd, length in the jump, but if they can generate the speed, the power from the takeoff board and launch into the air, allowing all of that energy that they've accumulated in the run-up to carry them forward into the pit. And Lexi Brown led the competition after the prelims. We are with Marley Knox from Chittaway, Sydney North. Second round, final. Nice jump from Marley. Hope the kids from her school are watching her this morning. She has a little support down on the hill, which is great. And we have a gathering of approximately 30 to 40 people on the hill here on the eastern side of the ground. It is a nice place to watch from. It's not the big heaving grandstand on the eastern side, on the western side, but it is a group of enthusiasts and supporters here. Annalise Zeri, she makes the jump. Sydney West, Pitt Town. Her jump coming into the competition, her best qualifying jump was 2.69 meters. She receives the measure here. Annalise Zeri from Pitt Town. Bomaderry makes the jump. Nice jump. Falls forward. If you're going to fall in the long jump, falling forward is the way to go. That was our other South Coast competitor from Kiama, Isabella Walsh. She waits for the result. Chloe Hunter from Panania is waiting. She is representing the Sydney Southwest Schools. She's coming into a slight headwind. Not much to speak of, but you may notice it more if you're running into it. It's a nice jump. It's a nice jump. Nice jump there from Chloe Hunter. Heidi Luschenko, Ludnam, Paulding group of schools. About to jump. Waits patiently while the officials complete their work. We're in the second round of the final here for the senior girls multi-class. We'll be moving in a moment to the northern end of the runways to focus on another long jump competition. So we're looking forward to that. We'll stay with the senior girls multi-class for the completion of the second round, which is reaching its conclusion now. Heidi Luschenko from Ludnam. Next to go is a lady that went into the finals in second place. Mia Hogan, Albury. Nice jump. Officials say yes. So Mia Hogan awaits the result of her jump. That's been recorded. And we would normally be expecting Lexi Brown from Nambucca Heads to be taking her place on the runway at the moment, but I have a feeling she may have been called away to another event. And in this situation, track event takes precedence over field, so an athlete may have to disappear across the fields, across the stadium to another event. We're going to wrap up here at the senior girls multi-class, and we're going to head up to the other end of the runway to take in another long jump competition. See you there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the northern end of the long jump arrangements at Olympic Park, and we're very fortunate to be able to be viewing the 11-year-old girls long jump here at the New South Wales Primary School Championships. Girls have the benefit of, if you like, at pit number 1, jumping with a slight southerly breeze behind them. It was Rory Nicholson from Wyalong. And also from Western Region, from Orange now, on the runway, should be Jessica Childs. Although I could be a combined independent schools here, in which case it's Marnie Lawrence. They'll be correct. All things being correct with the jersey and the colours, we should have from North Sydney, Sydney North, Olivia Toshak at the head of the runway right now, about to commence her run. That is Olivia Toshak from Sydney North. You can hear the crowd possibly in the distance in the grandstand. That bigger crowd is on the other side of Olympic Park Athletics Stadium. It is the grandstand crowd. But we have our own gathering of supporters, fans, family, friends and long jump enthusiasts on the eastern side as Bailey Fisher from Albury makes her jump. She's representing the Riverina region, beautiful part of the world down in the Riverina. I guess some people like it to know it as the big blue sky down there, and it certainly is. Don't know what you're experiencing in the Riverina today. Hope you are tuning in and watching the broadcast from all the way down at Albury. Welcome to the broadcast in Sydney. Northwest region, Ruby Morgan Ross Hill. She is representing Northwest. Her best jump coming into the competition, her qualifying jump for Ruby was 3 metres 68. The girls are in the third round of the preliminary jumps here. It is the 11-year-old girls. From Mullumbimby there, Winter Humphreys, best qualifying jump coming in, 3 metres 93. She made a nice jump there. If you're watching from Mullumbimby, welcome to the broadcast in Sydney this morning. Hope you're having a nice time. Barramurra, Sydney Southwest representative, Eleanor Scott, with the nice bright shoes, makes her way to the board and makes a beautiful jump. Not sure about everybody watching, but there is a view to those nice bright shoes, the nice whites, the fluorescent shoes. Do they sort of give the athlete a bit of a feeling of the nice, light, quick feet that they need in this sort of event? Eleanor Scott certainly sporting what I think to be some of the brightest shoes we've got here today. But as I see some of the 1,500 metre boys on the track, there's a lot of beautiful pinks and fluoros flashing past me here as they make their way to the home bend for the first time. We got from Wallsend South, Jasmine Morrison hitting the board. What a beautiful jump. Got herself nicely into the air. She represents the Hunter region, and she achieves what long jumpers like to do. Nice approach, gathering momentum, and then a nice angle into the air to allow all of that developed energy and power, I guess, to fly through the air. So it's not a case of trying to jump long in the sense of trying to give yourself a nice takeoff to maximize all that energy that's been built up in the run-up. Grace McCrone, Tamora, holding group of schools, I believe. She makes the takeoff. We have a red flag, though, unfortunately, there for Grace. A little over the board, and the judge has determined that that will not be a fair jump. Sydney West, I guess the region where the carnival is taking place, from Windsor. We are miles from Windsor. Ocean Kennedy makes the takeoff, hits the board, and the judge is happy. It is a white flag. Ocean is from Windsor, and when I say we are in the region, the area of Southwest, once again, it is a broad area for Sydney West. And Windsor on the outer western suburbs of Sydney. It is a pretty well developed western suburbs area now, however. Whereas Windsor, I think we may decades ago described as on the outskirts of Sydney, now very much part of the humming and thriving metropolis. All right, that was Sienna Holm from Padstow Heights. Her best jump coming into the competition, 4 metres 21. That was her qualifying jump. From Northbourne now, Savannah Cox stands at the top of the run. Leans back, rocks forward, and she's away. Good speed, hits the board. Nice looking jump. Officials are happy. Savannah receives the white flag. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are in the third round, the preliminary rounds of the 11-year-old girls long jump. Tehani Patrick now, Flinders. She's in the Bright Shoes group. She's making them dance and move at the moment. She hits the board. It's going to be an interesting judgment here. It is a red. It's a red. It's a foul jump just over the board, unfortunately for Tehani in third round of preliminary jumps. Eliette Power from Coffs Harbour, North Coast, gets that nice rocking action going, a little more subtle than others. Eliette will take off now, makes her way in. Bang, gets nice height and flies. We have approximately 40 competitors in this 11 years girls group. It's a substantial number of competitors for a long jump. If you go to the secondary schools carnivals that have been here in the previous months, you'd be lucky to have a field of 40 competitors or even close to that in their competitions. Here we are, 11-year-old girls. They have a lot. That's a lovely jump from Armidale City, Hayley Waite. Now from Combined Independent Schools is Alyssa McDrury. Good takeoff. Low trajectory off the board. Hayley Waite, it is a successful jump. My apologies, Alyssa McDrury. Her best coming into the competition, 4 metres 28. And off in the distance on the runway now from Albury in the Riverina. Best qualifying jump of 3 metres 98 is Sophie Poulton. Another competitor from Albury in the Riverina. She hits the board. It's going to need a judgment there. We're getting yeah, she's maximised her use of the takeoff board there. That's a really nice run and takeoff by Sophie Poulton and a good jump. Spandala Yadom, Bankstown, Sydney Southwest. She steadies herself and she commences her run. Brilliant speed coming in. What looks like a really well measured run up there for Spandala. And she will receive the measure. She gets the white flag. Member of the Bright Fluorescent Shoe Brigade here. Ella McDonald, Halliday's Point, Hunter. She's ready. Has obviously her pre-run routine and she's away. A great jump. Not only good speed and power, but nicely into the air. She let herself fly. She dusts herself off and will await the result. I believe that was a jump of 4 metres 47, if I heard correctly. Her best jump coming in was 4.07, so she's jumping well. Ella McDonald. Tilly Rebelt. Coffs Harbour. All the way from beautiful Coffs Harbour. Tilly, if you're watching in Coffs Harbour, hope the morning's going well for you. Probably finished a little bit of schoolwork this morning. Maybe your teacher's letting you tune in and watch as you look throughout. As we got people watching throughout the state, we really do hope people are enjoying the broadcast from wherever you are. Good morning to students watching, and good morning to all the teachers that are giving their kids a little bit of a break maybe from some of their classwork this morning. That's a nice jump from Rachel Gilmore. She's from Mudgee, Western Region. That was Rachel Gilmore. Best jump coming in for Rachel, 3.95. Elsa Sandell, Port Kembla, South Coast Region. Port Kembla on the southern fringes of, not the Illawarra if you like, but on the of the Wollongong area, just south of the city of Wollongong. The port, if you like, of Port Kembla. It is Elsa Sandell. And she's away. It's a low trajectory takeoff. She hit the board certainly with some purpose though. And it is a clean jump. Boys and girls watching in the rooms, teachers, parents, grandparents, relatives, friends. We are at Sydney Olympic Park this morning. The temperature is starting to climb further into the 20s. Sky Waterhouse is with us at the moment. She's from Loftus in Sydney East, Sky Waterhouse. Yeah, we are at Olympic Park. It is a beautiful morning, and we are pleased to be able to bring to you the 11 years girls high jump, of which there are 40 of them going at it to try and make the final, which will be approximately 8 girls, give or take any ties or countbacks, unusual in long jump. Nice jump. Manvi Arabolu, Pimble, Sydney North. Manvi's best coming in, 4 metres 50. And that is a jump of 4.67. So a number of these girls are jumping some of either their personal best or better jumps than they contributed at their preceding carnivals, most likely regional carnivals. Madison, Tabaret, West Pennant Hills, Sydney North. Nice jump, falls forward, good landing. From Randwick, OLSH, Emily Hallam. Emily's at the top of the run-up now. And you can hear the practice of the starting gun around here at the 200-metre start, which will be the next events on the track. We see the athletes being led down now from the marshalling area. Emily Hallam, Randwick. Nice jump. Beautiful run-up. Nicely into the air. She let her momentum do the work. And a nice landing falling forward. From Warrington in Sydney West out towards the Penrith area, almost in between St Mary's and Penrith, I'd have to say, Warrington. And Chelsea Wright, representing Sydney West, is about to jump. If you're watching from Warrington this morning, I hope you're having a nice time. Might be leading up to recess. She's got the nice bright shoes as well. Chelsea Wright from Warrington. She makes the jump. She's 31st in the list of competitors, which means in our total list of approximately 40, give or take one or two, we're getting towards the end of the preliminary rounds. And at the conclusion of that, the judges and officials will determine the top 8 jumpers to contest the final. And those jumpers will then have another 3 jumps. Justice Sugamaran. Combined Independent Schools. Previous best 435. 406 there for Justice Sugamaran. Kiara Hayward now, Balcombe Hills. Holding group of schools, Kiara Hayward. That is a beautifully constructed jump by Kiara Hayward, almost paying attention to all of the little details of what a good long jump is. Nicely measured and timed run up that built momentum, and then that almost 45-degree takeoff into the air to let all of the energy fly down into the pit. Amelia Williams now, Corindai. Nice jump once again. Good exponent of the long jump. Northwest. Amelia Williams. Our next competitor is Lani Mogliotti. Griffith in the Riverina. Lani Mogliotti. She's ready. She waits for the officials. And they prepare the landing area. And Lani is given the go-ahead. She rocks back and forward, waits for her moment when she's comfortable, and she begins her run. It's a nice jump. Lani Mogliotti from Griffith. Grace Jude, Coffs Harbour. Hopefully it's nice up at Coffs Harbour this morning. Might have had a chance to get in for a bit of a swim up on the coast. Lovely part of the world, Coffs Harbour. Grace. Nice jump. Lexi Elliott is our next jumper. Kurranbong, Hunter Region. Lexi waits. She's ready and she's moving into the takeoff area, makes the takeoff. A little sideways movement there just to maybe correct a little imbalance off the board. But it's all good. It's all good with the judges. Two competitors left in these preliminary rounds of the 11 years girls long jump. April Ingham, Connell's Point. She makes the jump. It's a successful jump for April Ingham. Sydney East. And that will leave us with Gemma Mooney to round out the preliminary jumps. And after that, it will be a selection of the top 8 jumpers to contest the final. Gemma in low takeoff, makes a landing, dusts herself off. She's from the Paulding group of schools.
Partially down for track events 9 and 10. The 11-year-old girls and 11-year-old boys 200 metres. Please make your way from the marshalling area. That is track events 9 and 10. 11 years.
And that completes our field for the 11 years girls long jump. We might conclude our broadcast here of the long jump in a moment and move to have a look at some other athletes at another one of the field events. Hope you're enjoying things so far. See you soon.
Yes, that's sunscreen in the morning. I'm leaving the man because
Righty. Yep. Lane 8, can you hear me quite clearly? Good.
that's what I can't see for. Me scared of food brick.
Boys, on your mark. Stand up, boys. Boys, on your mark. Set.
I'd like to draw your attention, please, to the Northern Living Crowd. The top 8 finalists in the 18-year-old girls long jump. We have Mark Lawrence, Lindsay Aravula, Jasmine Morrison, Olivia Koshak, Savannah Cox, Ella McDonald, Gemma Mooney, and Sienna Hall. Good luck to all the finalists.
Don't drag him. Boys, if you need a hand with your block, put your hand up, please don't drag them. All right, behind your blocks, boys. On your marks. boys. Stand up. On your mark. Set.
I'd like to direct your attention to the southern end of the track. We have Discus finals for the junior boys. We have Riley Sandstrom, Lucas Gil Gomez, Jordan Tracy, Harrison Forth, Benjamin Sullivan, Lachlan Chappell, and Levi McKenzie. These are our finalists in the boys' discus.
Behind your blocks, boys. On your marks. Set.
Attention please, could Connor Clune, Duke Lampert and Harrison Corrigan make their way to the presentations please?
Lane.
Draw your attention to the southern end of the field, boys.
Full start, lane 4.
The 8
There's a warning on the field. Stand behind your blocks.
Isaac, Salia Morgan, Connor Kalafi, Nuno, Hunter Austin,
On your marks.
Hayden Free, Isaiah Schuster, Daniel Uthmeyer, and Carson Austin. They are our final 8 for the Shotput of the boys and shot.
Set.
blocks, boys. On your marks. Set.
Presentation area, we have the medal winners for the boys 11 years high jump.
Marshall
We had
now
eight-
for field events 10 and 11, the 12, 13-year girls long jump, and the
Unsteady
senior
start,
girls
boys.
multi-class
Step back
shot.
behind the blocks.
Is field events 10 and 11, 12, 13-year girls long jump,
Lane one
senior
behind your
girls
blocks,
multi-class
please.
shot. Please make your way to the field marshalling area.
Okay, we'll just start again. In the presentation area, we have 11 years
On your
boys
mark.
high jump medal winners. We have a tie for second place with Duke Lamprey from Laguna Street and Harrison Corrigan from Newlambton South. Congratulations.
Set. Stand up, boys.
And our gold medal
Lane
from
4. Too much movement. We need to be really still on set. Lane 5, sorry. On your mark. Set.
Ladies and gentlemen, just draw your attention to Shotput at the north end of the ground. So that's 3 rounds of the boys 8% multi-class. Make a match-up. Third is Keanu Gonzalez. Second is Sam McKendike. And our current leader is Dylan Clark. See what they can do that recently. Yeah, I'm already
Start to make our way, yeah?
Yeah, I'm slow develop there.
We'll get rid of this baby and then I'll...
What am I doing? I logged in on my phone. Just
Behind your blocks, boys.
yo.
On your mark.
I was just about to put it up on my phone, yeah. Yeah, if you could do it, that'd be sweet. We're going to move over.
Set.
So we clear? Alright, sweet as. Sorry? Yeah, I'm going to walk. As soon as I move Jake, I'm going to go over the jump. I'll move Jake first, then I'll go check that out. No worries. See ya. They were alternating mats this morning.
Oh, okay.
So we get this one and zoom in on that one. It's a bit of work, but tell me when you're good to go and I'll drop the slide. Yeah, no stress. Cool, that should be down. I'm going to go fix up Jack Mac.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very good.
They're going across two stands.
Yeah. Do they just alternate?
This is the final marching call for Discus. Discus. Also marshalling now next to girls and 12 boys, 200 metres. Just make your way for the marching now. start for 200 metres immediately. Goes Corrigan and Hunter.
You had such a fun event. Do you know how long you shot pictures? Oh my god. Oh, I found one of those too. Oh yeah, I found I think I stepped on.
Just so you know, education's turned up, so
That's fine.
So we're going to what? Just you just let me know which one you're on. Okay, I can just look where the camera's pointed. Yeah, we'll work it out. I wish the wind was blowing the other way so I could hear the call and rain. Yeah. I suppose we couldn't set up there and come back this way, could we? In front of the I don't think it's going to work here. This is probably
And gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the junior boys multi-class shotput. Our bronze medalists from Port Macquarie, North Coast. You can see Reagan is actually being presented by his school's principal. Our silver medalist from Woy Woy, Sydney North, Samuel Rugendijk.
I'm going to try and strike a deal with him. That's all right.
And our gold medal winner from Cronulla, Sydney East, Dilly Clark.
Did you hear where you had everyone turn up now?
Yep, got it.
Just got
I've got a favour to ask of you because I'm having trouble keeping it on. You say it nice and loud. Yep. I can hear. I'll be up here. Yeah, that'll be great. Because I've got the wind going that way.
Yeah, okay, sweet.
Thanks.
No worries, mate.
Appreciate it. You don't mind if I sit here?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to commentary and coverage of the New South Wales Primary Schools Athletics coming to you from Olympic Park. And beautiful conditions here this morning as the temperatures head into the 20s. You can see we've got officials out here, been out here all morning, starting to feel the heat a little, I think, because it certainly is warming up. The breezes from the south, which is helping just a little bit. There's not enough of it to really take a lot of heat out of the day. And anyone that's spent time in these conditions before is most likely sporting a hat and some good sun protection this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're watching back in the schools, hope you've been enjoying the coverage so far. You're on one of the field event streams. So it's possible if you have a competitor that is, have a student from your school, a competitor from your school that's in one of the track or field events, they are on one of the streams, either the track or one of the two field streams. At the moment, we are about to show you, and you're about to enjoy, the junior girls high jump operating from two stands at the northern end of the Olympic Park Athletics Complex. We will be moving between both of those stands. There are a significant number of competitors, almost 40 in total. So they are split between two high jump stands, and they will work their way down to the final 8 competitors. That will be the final, where they will have 3 more jumps each. At the moment, we are focused on the stand and landing area on the western side, and the eastern takeoff and high jump area is only a couple of metres to its side. So we're about to start the girls 8 to 10 years high jump. Competitors on the western competition area for high jump are Ebony Patton, Sophie Reynolds, Scout Leary, Sabella Whelan, Lara Hooper, Nakisha Williams, Amali Bush, Choila Teofilo, Eloise Horan, Gabrielle Powell, Abigail Thomas, Isla Douglas, Mila Stringer, Kiani Vero, Alyssa Sue, Pippa McGee, Saskia Rama, Violet Creed, and Lillian Odilo Mayer. At the eastern bar for high jump, Bobby Oxspring, Emily Wild, Vea Tavita, Willow Miller, Zoe Rudolph, Ellie Benefield, Indy Burke, Elsie Keating, Talia Sheriff, Ayla Neen, Emma Shields, Hayley Wood, Emma Barker, Evie Matthews, Evie Moore, Mulcahy, Bella Mays, Lacey Swilks, Archie Toronto Lyle, Ariel Burville, and Zali Smart.
Presentation area, we have the boys, senior boys Shotput with us. Our bronze medalist from Barker, CIS, Curtis Carl. Kalafi made a new record with a throw of 14.76.
That was Scout Leary from Warragamba.
Our presenter today, Jason Wilson, the Executive Officer of New South Wales PSSA.
This is Sabella Whelan. Lara Hooper will be next from Western Region. We're at one of two mats operating here this morning for the 8 to 10 years girls. Next jumper, Nakisha Williams, over. This is Amali Bush from Burrawa. This is Tuila Teofilo from Yass, South Coast. Next competitor is Eloise Horan from Mossman. Our next competitor, making her way out to jump, is from Broken Hill, and it is Gabrielle Powell. This is Abigail Thomas, Port Macquarie, over. Isla Douglas, Ross Hill, Northwestern now. Isla jumping at the Western Stand.
Do you want a hat? You're right.
Okay, our next competitor on the Western Stand will be Miller Stringer from Floraville, Hunter Region. Next competitor is Kiani Vero. She's from Musselbrook. This is Alyssa Sue from Murray Farm. This is Pippa McGee. Pippa's from Tumbulgum. Next jumper will be Saskia Rama. She's representing combined independent schools. Next competitor at the Western Stand will be Violet Creed. She's from Grafton, North Coast. And to round out round one on the Western Stand will be Lillian Odilo Mayer. Lillian is representing combined independent schools. And she's over, doing it pretty easily at this stage with a scissor. And that concludes round one at the Western Stand. Now, for those of you watching back in the schools or anyone that's interested, you've got the situation where in high jump, each of the competitors must clear the height that is set, or when they miss that height 3 times, they are eliminated from the competition. So it's basically a competition for those that can keep clearing the respective heights. You have 3 attempts at each height. We're now going to move across to We're going to move across to the eastern stand in a moment, where I believe they will be entering round 2.
Swing across onto this one. Yep. I'll let you know when not to.
All right, folks, we're good. We're swinging across now to the eastern high jump stand, where we have half the competition split onto this side. They were about to enter round 2. Competitors on the eastern side are Bobby Oxspring, Emily Wild, Vea Tavita, Willow Miller, Zoe Rudolph, Ellie Benefield, Indy Burke, Elsie Keating, Talia Sheriff, Ayla Neen, Emma Shields, Hayley Wood, Emma Barker, Evie Matthews, Evie Moore Mulcahy, Bella Mays, Lacey Swilks, Archie Tirano Lyle, and Ariel Burville and Zali Smart. We're about to go with round 2. We've got some of these people, some of these competitors, where we've got that interesting scenario, I guess, where you have you may have a commitment in a field event, and then you're called away and required to be at a track event. And of course, the track event takes precedence because that program continues to roll. So you don't want to miss your race on a track event. At the moment, they're getting to the older age groups of the 200 metres. So if a competitor is here at the high jump and their event is coming up at the 200, they have to go and run that 200 metre event. Let the officials at the high jump know that, and they will recommence jumping when they return. And usually that involves the competitor coming back into the competition wherever the height is at that time.
Boys Discus medalists. Our bronze medalist representing Holy Cross Kincumber, Benjamin Sullivan. Our silver medalist from Glendale Primary School from the Hunter, Jacob Tonga. And our gold medal winner from St Bernard's Botany, Lachlan Chappell. Presented by Mr. Peter Cardy, the championship director.
Marshalling now for track events 13 and 14, the 8-year girls and 8-year boys 100 metres. Also marshalling for field events 13 and 14, 11-year girls shot and senior boys multiclass discus. That is track events 13, 14, 8-year girls, 8-year boys 100 metres, And field events 13-14, 11-year girls shot, and senior boys multi-class discus.
Marnie Lawrence, report to presentation. So Marnie Lawrence. Thank you.
All right, we're just waiting for the eastern stand to recommence jumping. They're trying to run the eastern stand in alignment, I guess, with the western stand, if that makes sense. This is one of the vagaries of trying to run a competition across two jumping areas. However, it's the most efficient way of trying to get this done with the large amount of competitors that the officials are faced with at this competition. So we're looking at, close to mid-30s to 40 competitors for a high jump event, and that takes a lot of getting through. Keep in mind that there is no definite result or no definite answer as to when a jumper or a competition may finish, because it's all based on how long people can keep jumping. So it's an interesting one. Interesting one in the sense that they're trying to combine the efficiency with the time, but also allowing each jumper the opportunity to feel comfortable and relaxed in their approach to each jump. So it's a very, very finely developed and finely refined skill, I guess, if you like, regarding officiating the high jump, particularly at the school level. I'm sure it's challenging at the representative levels beyond at national championships, Olympic Games, etc. Call it what you like, but the officials at school level are trying to sort of serve a couple of masters, if you like. And in amongst that is trying to complete the competition in a reasonable time frame, because there are a number of events that need to be got through on any particular day. We're ready to go here on the eastern stand. We've got Bobby Oxspring from North Coast. She's over. Next competitor, Emily Wild. Emily Wild, over. She's from Western Region. Vea. Tavita. Sydney Southwest, over. Willow Miller is our next competitor from Tweed Heads. So we have Willow Miller just going through her pre-jump routine. She's all the way from Tweed Heads up on the North Coast. It looks like she's going to go left leg up first here, approaching from the left side of the stand. High jump, combinations of power, strength, timing. She's on her way. And Willow Miller is over. Zoe Rudolph is our next competitor. Warunga, Sydney North. She will approach from the right-hand side of the stand. Here she comes, and she makes it. Indy Burke, our next competitor. This will be Indy. This will be Elsie Keating. This will be Elsie from Hunter. That was Indy. My apologies to those of you that are watching. I'm trying to keep up with the competitors here. And it's one of the fastest high jump competitions. Our next competitor now, Talia Sheriff from Lumia, Sydney Southwest. She's a left foot up first girl by the looks of it. And she is. She sails over most competitors using the Fosbury flop as their technique. Haven't seen a lot of scissors, maybe in some of the earlier rounds. And Emma Shields from Tukley's over. Next competitor from Karela, Hayley Wood. She'll go right leg, right foot up first from Sydney East. And there she goes with the beginnings of the Fosbury flop. All of these competitors. Emma Barker, next competitor. Misses there. Emma Barker at 1 metre 15. The bar is at 1:15. Evie Matthews. Evie Moore. Okay. Evie Moore makes her way across. She's from Barara in Sydney North. She's going to go right leg up, right foot. And she's still scissoring. Pretty impressive. This will be Bella Mays. This is Bella Mays. This will be Lacey Swilks from Kentucky, Northwest. Next competitor, Archie Tirana Lyle. Archie is from Kiama, down on the south coast. Be nice to be having a swim down there today. And she misses at 1:15, first attempt. Ariel, Burville, Park Lee, Sydney West. Busy part of the world now, Park Lee and Sydney West. And she clears, and she's still scissoring. Left leg up first, looks good. Zali Smart is going to round out what I believe is, well, it's not even the second round yet because we're more focused on what height we're at, and we're at 1 metre and 15 centimetres for the girls at the moment. We have Indy Burke coming up for a second attempt. At 1 metre 15 from Cobar. Indy misses on her second attempt.
In the presentation area, we've got medal winners to be letting these girls long jump. Our bronze medalist representing Wallsend South from the Hunter, Jacqueline Morrison.
Elsie Keating will also have a second attempt at 1 metre 15 from Hunter Region. She makes it, scissoring. Evie Matthews now, second attempt, Darlington. Sydney East. Approaches from the right side. Makes it with the flop. Nice jump. Second attempt for Archie Toronto Lyle from Kiama on the south coast. She comes in, approaches with speed and clears. She'll be pleased with that, as will the Kiama supporters. We have a third attempt now, so each competitor is allowed 3 attempts at each height. So this will be their final attempt. It's Indy Burke attempting from Cobar, trying to clear at 1.15 m. It is up around her best, and she clears 1.15 m. She'll be really pleased about that. Nice work, Indy. All right, that concludes successful attempts at 1.15 m, I think, for the girls on the eastern stand. We'll now turn our attention, in a moment, we will turn our attention back to the western stand, where I believe they're still at 1.15 m. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, teachers, students, staff, we've got coming to you now from the Olympic Park Athletics Stadium in Sydney, we've got the girls senior 12 years to 13 years long jump. And getting us underway is Chelsea Chapman from Pitt Town, Sydney West. Her best coming in is 4:11. Chelsea Chapman. We have, once again, a massive field of competitors for this senior girls long jump competition. Second competitor, Georgia Wheeler. Personal best, or her qualifying coming in, is 4 metres 66. She's from Young, and she's representing the Riverina region. Riverina region, very famous for agriculture, amongst a number of other things, I'm sure, but very famous for its agriculture. And that, of course, establishes and provides the foundation for the support of many, many households throughout the state and throughout the nation and possibly across the world with the amazing produce that comes from the Riverina region. Georgia Wheeler representing them. Isla Scully from Russell Lee, Sydney East. She's on her way. It's a nice jump. Isla Scully, it's a fair jump. She receives the white flag, gets the go-ahead from the official, and official just explaining to one of the assistants the procedure for the measurement of results and the sweeping of the pit. All of these things, very, very important. Our next competitor is from Flinders, South Coast, Madison McWilliams. She waits. And she's on her way, Madison McWilliams. It's a really impressive long jump in the first round. She gets the height that a lot of long jumpers seek, that allows them to travel just that little bit further through the air. And sometimes the centimetres are very, very important. Ava Setinic from Balcombe Hills. Holding group of schools, I believe. And it is Ava. She's on her way. Very strong action. Don't think she was quite happy with her run as she approached the takeoff board. She seemed to have to just steady it coming to the board. She had a very strong run going. So it's a 4 metre jump, but she's probably might feel that she's got a little bit more in her, because I don't think that was, I don't think she was entirely happy with her run up there. Kayla Stringer, Floraville, Hunter region, flies into the board, low takeoff. Kayla Stringer. She gets the measure. Olivia Bailey, Riverina, Lake Albert. Purposeful beginning, steadies herself and takes off, arms pumping. Also didn't quite nail the run up. I think she had a small step in there, which a lot of long jumpers do on that penultimate step into the board, but it just seemed like she didn't quite nail the run up, and her previous best coming into this competition, or her qualifying time, was 4 metres, 0.19. Tilly Ojeko Petit, Kingscliff, North Coast. Strong action, excellent work in the air. And all clear at the takeoff. Next competitor, Caitlin Watts, Kutingle, Northwest. Caitlin Watts. She's going through the medal preparations and she's away. A really nice takeoff, good landing. Caitlin Watts. Kutingle. Her jump is 4 metres 7.4. Which is far and away beyond her qualifying jump of 3.84. So some of these athletes going well beyond the jumps that they submitted to qualify for the championships. This is Summer Roberts, Gunnedah, Northwest. Summer Roberts. Got a couple of supporters in the stand. Has a little conversation, makes her way back to the shelter with her fellow competitors. It'd be nice to be in the shade, but I tell you what, put 30 competitors into a shelter. There's going to be a little bit warm in there as the sun strikes it. I hope they are getting some relief. We've got Emmy Spence here from Gymea Bay, Sydney East. Well, this could be Summer Roberts. I'll have to clear this up. Now, I believe at the top of the runway now I've got Emmy Spence. She's from Gymea Bay. Qualifying coming in, 4 metres 36. Emmy Spence, Sydney East. Now, I believe top of runway we have Mabel Strong from Combined Independent Schools. And I may have got a little out of order there with some of the competitors. My apologies if you're watching the stream, but I may have got a little out of order there. So I'm going to try and pull it back here. I think we have Mabel Strong here from Combined Independent Schools. Drew Cooney now. Picton. Ruby Ray Coleman now from Woolgoolga Township on the north coast. Beautiful place it is on the seaside, Woolgoolga. Her previous or her qualifying distance jump to come into these championships is 4 metres 16. Ruby Ray Coleman. If you're watching from Woolgoolga, I hope you're enjoying the broadcast and watching your students compete. Must be nice. Hopefully it's nice weather up on the north coast today. It's perfect conditions in Sydney, with the risk of only the fact that the sun is really starting to beat down, and you do need to protect yourself. But the breeze has been kind. It's gently out of the south, as we've said earlier, and we're heading to a temperature that is going to be in the mid-20s today, I believe. Ruby Ray Coleman stands at the top of the run-up. She's from the north coast, and she's on her way. She hits the board. I think it's clean. From a distance, from where I'm viewing, it looks clean, and the referees and officials agree. Temperature in Sydney now is 23.5 degrees. We're expecting good conditions today, although tomorrow we're expecting some rain. The wind is out of the southeast at the moment. 23 degrees on our screen from Gledswood Hills. Sienna Muscat. Jump coming in, 385. South Coast representative now, top of the runway from Milton, down near Ulladulla, fishing village that it commenced as, I believe. But Milton, just a little in from the coast there. Anyone that spent time down there would know that just to the east of Milton is beautiful Mollymook, beautiful little seaside location, and it is Evie Robinson from Milton who gets the white flag. She's from the south coast. Her qualifying jump coming in is 4 metres, 0.14. Our next competitor is also from the Riverina, from Lavington, Charlotte Clayton. She's preparing to jump. She prepares to jump in the bright sunshine of Sydney, and it is blue sky pretty much all around. She makes a great jump, really good long jumping technique, nicely into the air, held it, extended the arms, and Charlotte Clayton makes a successful jump in the senior girls long jump, where we are still in the preliminary rounds. 30 competitors, big field here, that after 3 preliminary rounds will be narrowed down to 8 competitors. Maya Terbeek, combined independent schools now, stands on the runway, 4 metres 57, her qualifying jump to come into the championships. She, like a number of other competitors today, is enjoying the bright colours of the shoes, almost the fluorescent pink. You can see them beaming out across the stadium for all the competitors that have them on. Must be something in it. Might make the feet move more quickly, a little bit more spring in the step, who knows. The competitors like them. Maya Terbeek. She's given the clearance, and she starts her run. Good speed, a lot of energy, very good run, excellent work in the air. And I would say Maya pretty happy with that, because she seemed to have her run up nicely timed and worked out, and it came together. She was able to gather it at the line and fly nicely.
sorry, didn't realise. Keep it off, keep it off, keep it off, keep it off. Wait till she's out of. Am I on?
All right, now Alice Wall Inverell. Actually, I'm going to say this may be Sophia Perto. From Hunter Region. Sophia. New Lambton, I think. Believe she's wearing the Hunter Region outfit. This young lady, I believe, is Ziggy Gordon from Mudgee, Western Region. Close there, very close. It's a red flag. The bright shoes of Ziggy just overstepping there. I think this is Grace Culbert now at the top of the run. She's from Miranda. A lot of support going on the western side of the ground. But even though we've got the grandstand over there full of people, we've also got the supporters of the long jumpers here on the eastern side of the ground. They are enjoying, if you like, some very, very bright sun coming straight down on them. They've got a beautiful grass hill here that they can relax on to watch the senior girls long jump. From Gunnedah, northwest now, Kelly Briggs. She's preparing to attack the board in the senior girls long jump. Kelly Briggs. We need a ruling here. It is a red flag. She's just over. Kelly may go and consult the official to see how fast she was over. Sometimes long jumpers like to do that kind of thing just to make the necessary corrections. But she's happy in a sense that she's making her way back. And to her advantage, she is still in the first round here, the preliminary rounds. Shaylin Smith, Moree. Hits the board. Nice jump. It's clear for Shaylin Smith. Wondering what the temperature might be getting up to out at Moree today. Well, I think we were saying we're Midwest and New South Wales there. I'm sure the Moree folk would be able to correct me if I'm wrong. But I guess if the sun's shining there, it'll be warming up out at Moree. Hi to you if you're out there today, and thanks for joining us for the broadcast if you are tuning in your schools or anywhere else. Moree kids, like a few others, might be getting ready for a bit of lunch. Head out for a bit of lunch. St Ives, Sydney North, Sienna Vasella is our competitor there. She jumps nicely. And she'll be measured here. It's a clear jump. The officials are happy. Representing now the combined independent schools with a qualifying jump of 4 metres 61, Alina Mears. She prepares herself. She has the clearance now to go in the senior girls long jump. It's a very good run-up, beautifully timed. She's shaking her head. She's not happy about something. But from here, as far as the feet on the board and the speed into the takeoff, it looked pretty good. But I guess when you're trying to compete to your very, very best standard, you're looking for absolutely everything to go right. And Lena, just a little shake of the head, wasn't quite sure. From Copacabana, Sydney North, Sienna Coleman, she's ready. Long strides, Sienna. Got a lot of different coloured shoes here today, and Sienna's the first one I've seen in the purples. She's made them fly here. Sienna Coleman, Sydney North, qualifying coming in, 4:49. And we're going to round out our field here for the senior girls long jump in round one of preliminary jumps from Excelsior, Sydney West, Maya Wetamuni. She steadies herself, rocks back, forward, and is on her way. Speed. That is an impressive jump. But, unfortunately, for Maya, a little overstep there. I'm trying to determine who this competitor is. This could be Alice Wall from Inverell. May have had another event to attend. I'll see if I can find that out for you.
Marshalling now for track events 17 and 18, our 10-year-old girls and 10-year-old boys, 100 metres. That's track events 17 and 18, 10-year girls and boys, 100 metres. Make your way to the marshalling area, please.
In the presentation area, we have the junior girls multi-class long jump medal winners.
That was not Alice Wall, that was Olivia. And we've got the additional competitors now. Not additional competitors, but the field goes beyond 30. And I'll be right back with you with those competitors.
And our gold medal winner from St. Aloysius Chisholm, Sienna Compton.
Better a shot of her than a shot of me.
Mia Hogan. Laura Wong. Lexi Brown.
I'm good.
Chloe Hunter.
All right, now Isla Croft from Hunter jumping. Got a little bit of a mix-up in my competitors there. My apologies. And, of course, the girl I called earlier should have been Olivia Gordon. Since then, we've had Lily Delabosca, Clara B with Eleanor McCann, Madison Lazic, Isla Croft. Now we've got some competitors that are maybe returning from track events. And just a reminder that the procedure here is that if you are at a field event and your track event is on at the same time, the track event takes precedence. You must go and compete in that track event. You inform the official at your field event that you need to do that, and then you continue competing at your field event upon your return. Now I'm in a little bit of that zone of uncertainty again because we've got competitors that are returning. I'm thinking Sophia Christie there. I haven't been 100% on the money earlier in the day. I'll try and tidy that up. Maybe it'll become more clear as the field settles down with everybody returning from their particular events. North Coast competitor Melina Greenup. It's a nice jump, good speed, nice height in the air. Just let herself fly, and it's clear. Sydney Southwest, Sienna Estelle Baraston, I believe. I think these are competitors returning from track events. South Coast. From Mittagong, I think. Mila Isdale, South Coast. If it is, a qualifying jump of 4:25 coming into the championships. A little fall, little stumble back there, that's the thing that long jumpers are trying to guard against. Just lose those vital couple of centimetres with the possible stumble back. I think we're going back to the top of the competition here, and I think we've seen most, if not all, girls jump for the senior girls long jump. I believe we are going into the second round of the preliminary jumps now.
That one there? You ran into me. Is that one there? Ready? We're going to cross the track.
That's probably. Oh, I'll leave it with you, man. Oh, I've been up in there. But I don't know. It's probably. I don't know how you're going to do this.
They're going to
Fellas, just be mindful. We'll just go straight across the other side of the track. Oh, how'd you go, buddy?
So you're going to follow Michael over there. He's going to take you back to the tent. Okay, so I need first up, Massimo, you get another 3 throws before we go back. So Massimo, you're up. And then we've got Jeremiah. Can I have Jeremiah here? Xavier. Matthew. Skylar. Paul. Is he Elijah? Yeah.
He's made the try to get to the road.
You're coming third at the moment with your throwing.
Marshalling now for field at 15, now 12, 13 boys high jump. Just make your way to the field marshalling area. Field event 15, 12, 13 boys high jump.
Let's go. They're going to go to 200, so.
when you're ready, kiddo.
Wait, do we just create one for one?
You get 3 more.
I'll give you that
Oh no, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then you go again.
really well.
Alright?
Then watch them later as well, okay?
But I don't have the same time. You think I got the first roll? What? Yeah, I got the first roll.
I'll take that rubbish.
No, who's
This is the first marshalling call now for track events 25 and 26. Our junior girls and junior boys multi-class 200 metres. Please make your way to the marshalling area. Multi-class 200 metres for junior girls and junior boys.
Maybe you have some other food. Some of your treats. Ready to go again?
Honours for the boys 11 to 13 years Discus in the multi-class. Elijah Duckworth, 1. Matthew Pendergast, Jeremiah Middleton, Xavier Wilson, Massimo Casino, Skylar Dover, Paul Scott, and Finn Moore. There are finalists for the boys 11 to 13 year Discus.
We pack it up so you can go have your throw. He's happily eating his pretzels. Well done.
Well done, Jed.
Good job. This one's like
Yeah.
Have a bit of water.
Next.
All
right.
Got some
Ready? Go
extra
grab your
in
disc.
from the Shotputs and the pretzels. You're going to throw extra butter. What? They finish up with it. Water, fries, bananas.
Might be big with the 500s at 22. They're pretty large.
Hold on to this. If you want some, Can we go line up? So we're ready? Let's go line up.
Do this.
Well done, mate. Still got 2 more.
Let's go, Jed. Ready to go. Oh, beautiful, buddy. Well done. Xavier. 400. Yellow. 70. Matthew. Matt, let's go. You're going after Xavier. Was that a good one? One.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the junior girls high jump. Our bronze medalists from Libya to New South West, Talia Sher. Silver medalist from Warunga, Sydney North, Zoe Rivers. And from Tweed Heads Folding, Willow Miller, gold medalist.
I don't think this is further.
And thank you, Dr. Sylvia Corish.
So after Skylar will have Paul.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call your attention to the Shotput area before we enter the game. We have the finals for the 11 girls Shotput. Currently in 8th place, currently in 7th place, Jada Nanai. 6th, Ella Renee. 4th, Elena Radasi. Currently in 3rd is California. Current leader.
If I... This is so light. What's I'm watching Skylar. Okay. But that means you're I'm watching. In between us. That's it. Hang on. Oh, my God. I captured it. Everyone. I'm so good. Oh, I almost did that again. Sorry. Oh, no.
Let's go, Skylar.
Good try. We had a smooth one, and now we go.
Ball's going in, Elijah.
I don't know what's smooth. Can I have Can I land this?
Like right next to me, and then he's going to have
I can get this.
Okay, then we're back to Massimo. No, not you.
Yeah, Elijah.
So this.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful throw, buddy.
Well done. Well done, Elijah. I think I've made a champion.
I'm getting 14.
Is it 2011? Really? I think, yeah.
You got it. Take your time, buddy. Good job.
Come on, mate. You can do it.
Oh my goodness, beautiful!
Well done. Great throw.
Oh, good comeback.
That's a beast of a throw.
Well done, buddy. That's it. You lift your head up and you went for it and you got it. Well done.
Shall I?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to a little commentary and vision of the senior boys multi-class discus. We have Hayden Reed here. Nice wind, nice release, beautiful. And a throw for Hayden Reed there, I think of 17 metres for 5. Nice throw. All right, so our situation is here at the senior discus that we're coming to the end of the second round of the final, the multi-class senior boys. Next to throw from Bomaderry, South Coast, is Paul Scott. Paul comes into the competition with a qualifying throw of 14 metres, 44. Here we have from Bomaderry, Paul Scott, representing the South Coast. It's a nice throw. Gets it away nicely. Leaves the throwing circle from the back, as he should. Temperature here in Sydney, 23.6 degrees. So it's a nice warm afternoon in Sydney. You can still feel that breeze coming down the ground. It is coming down from the south and from the southeast. So 23 going on 24 degrees. This will be Elijah Duckworth from Lucas Heights in Sydney East. He's away, pushes it out there onto the right-hand side, leaves the circle in the correct manner, gets the white flag from the official, and the measurement will take place for Elijah Duckworth from Lucas Heights in Sydney East. Elijah's qualifying throw to come into this event in Olympic Park today at the State Championships was 19 metres 95. Now coming into the final, we've got the final round, third round of the final. We have Massimo Casino from Botany. From the MacKillop group of schools. He's pushed it out there. It's a nice throw. It's all good. It's official. They're going to get a measurement on this one. Massimo Casino from Botany. A throw of 22 metres 48. Which is well beyond his qualifying distance of 20 metres 63. Jeremiah Middleton, Combined Independent Schools. And he makes use of the spinning throw. It's a good exponent of it. It's not an easy skill. The spinning throw. He pulls it a little, but he's happy with it. Everything's good with the throw. And the measurement takes place. And a throw of 1.536, which is well beyond his qualifying distance to come into Olympic Park at the State Championships of 13 metres 27. Xavier Wilson. Third round of the final. Xavier Wilson likes to go on the left hand. Likes to give it a little bit of expression as he lets it go. Looks like we've got Matthew Pendergrout here from Bomaderry, South Coast. Likes to stand and deliver. He does. He comes out through the back of the circle. qualifier of 14.02. Skylar Gover, Annandale, Sydney East now makes his way to the throwing circle. Skylar Gover at a qualifying distance of 8.00 metres to come into this championship in Sydney. Makes his way now deliberately to into correct entry through the back of the circle and goes through his pre-throw routine. About to wind into his work. Here he goes. He's going to stand and throw, and he lets it go. He's pulled it. So doesn't seem too perturbed. Quite happy to participate is Skylar, and makes his way from the throwing cage. Unfortunately, pulled that one into the net. All right, we're looking at Paul Scott now. He's from Bombard area, South Coast. It's a nice throw. He lands it in the sector. He keeps it in. And officials will make the measurement for Paul Scott from Bombard area on the South Coast. Keep in mind that we've got... we're in the final, or in the third round of the final, in what started as around 27, 28 competitors. So it's worked its way down. He's pushed it, but he's landed it in the sector. That is Elijah Duckworth. He's from Lucas Heights, representing the Sydney East region. And he just gave it a little push. Might have come out a little bit early for him. But he's got the luxury of landing it in the broad sector. The measurement takes place. And he has a throw of 23-12, which is according to his fans and supporters, is a personal best. Personal best for Elijah Duckworth, and well beyond his qualifying distance coming into Sydney of 19.95. That's throw there for Elijah Duckworth from Lucas Heights of 23.12. So it looks like that concludes the competition here for the senior boys multi-class discus. And we'll look at closing down here and moving off to another field event. See you soon.
I was walking, they were just like right.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area we have the medal winners for the Lebanese girls Shotput. Our bronze medalist from St Anthony's, McKillop, Bella Cooney. Our silver medalist from Brook Avenues, Sydney North, Eddie Clark. And our gold medalists representing Western, Bathurst South, Savannah Ayuva.
Marshalling now for track events 27 and 28, our senior girls and senior boys multi-class 200 metres. Please make your way to the marshalling area. Senior girls and senior boys multi-class 200 metres.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here we are at the northern end of the Olympic Athletics Stadium for the New South Wales Primary Schools Athletics Championships for 2023, more precisely. And we've got a nice little event unfolding or about to take place. It's in its warm-up and practice phase at the moment, and that is the senior boys high jump. You notice that the fields for these events are quite large. Whether you make your way across the long jump or any of the field events, and high jump is no exception. Therefore, for high jump, they have 2 stands operating, and the field is split between the two. Between those 2 stands, they managed to arrive at a final for competitors, and then they whittle their way down to place getters and champions. So they have their system very, very well worked out. The jumpers are running into a slight headwind, but it's nothing that's going to make life too difficult at the moment. It's not a wind that is blowing bars off stands. It's not a wind that I don't think is going to impede the competitors. It is just helping to cool the area a little. We're operating at around 23, 24 degrees this afternoon, which is quite pleasant. It is very warm in the sun, but to have that breeze there is very, very handy. Officials have been out in the conditions all day and have chosen to wear, for the most part, some good protective headwear. Just a reminder, we are about to commence the senior boys high jump, split across the 2 stands. The officials will confer on the starting height, and then the competition will be underway. We have a list of our competitors for the senior boys high jump. Con, Westbury, Chisholm, Grafton, Archie, Higgins, Parks East, Cowan, Burville, Parkley from Sydney West, Daniel Taylor from Griffiths in the Riverina, Lachlan Healer from Sydney Southwest, Jaden Badawi from Matraville, Gregory Transitis representing the combined independent schools from the Northwest region, Willow Tree, Troy Johnson, Abdul Badawi from Hammondville, Aidan Fletcher from Wollongong on the south coast, Sonny O'Brien from Corrimal, Sam Mortimer, South Wagga, Riverina, Xavier Hicks, Singleton, Joseph Menzies is from South Grafton, the north coast, Mitchell Camilleri, he's from Sydney North. Hamish Flaherty, Merriweather, Hunter Region, Beau Restall, Blakebrook, Andrew Kim from Beecroft, Sydney North, Cash Murphy, Millfield, Hunter. Also in this competition, these young men will jump from high jump stand and area 2, which is on the eastern side of the ground, right beside high jump stand 1. You can see each other. Competitors can see each other jumping. Lewis Coleman, representing combined independent schools. Ethan Hilton, Wagga Wagga. Angus Jordan from Western Region. Alex Williams, Lisarow, Sydney North. Sebastian Mato, Tarmore, Sydney Southwest. Axel Tuma, Bilpin, Sydney West. Dane Nolan, Corrimal, South Coast. Benjamin Scaife, Glen Haven, Sydney West. Tyler Southcott, Wallandilly, South Coast. Lucas Locke, representing the combined independent schools. Orlando Watson from Lillipilly, Sydney East. Jake Ogilvie, Warrialda, Northwest. Zach Jatsenko, Karela, Sydney East. Frederick Walker, Hunter Region. Lakaya Noble, Moree, Northwest. Sebastian Benefiel from Bulli. Callum Tate is from Grafton. He's from Grafton South. From Balmain comes Miles Elliott in the Sydney East region. And from Gilgandra is Jacob Fordham. And that makes up the field of what it looks to be 38 competitors for the senior boys high jump. It's about to commence at the northern end of the ground. Both stands will operate at the same starting height. I'll have that information for you in a moment. Officials are just conferring now, waiting for the go-ahead to commence that competition. It is the senior boys high jump, boys 12 to 13 years. The record is held by a young man by the name of Joshua Lawrence. It was set a long time ago, 2002, of 1.70 meters. So it's a substantial jump. And it was a substantial jump by Joshua Lawrence back in 2002. It'll take a lot to draw level with that and overcome it. But we do wish the boys well. Conditions are very nice, I assume, for high jumping. Warm enough to be able to allow the body to relax a little and compete, but not that warm that it's going to impede and make high jumping difficult, I wouldn't think. Competition is underway here, everybody, at Olympic Park for the senior boys high jump. We just had Connor Westbury Chisholm. We've now got Archie Higgins. He's from Parks East, Western region. The height is 1.30 m. It's their starting height. Little hold up regarding some equipment. And now we are underway. Cohen Burville there from Sydney West. Daniel Taylor will be next. He's from the Riverina. He's from Griffith in the Riverina. It is Daniel Taylor who will make his approach now. And he clears 1.30 m to get his campaign underway. It is now Lachlan Halo from Sydney Southwest. He's going to be a left foot up first over, just grazes it and knocks it down. He'll have 2 more attempts at that height. Just to repeat that the starting height here is 1.30 m. Jaden Badawi. Yeah, Gregory Transitis Combined Independent Schools now makes his approach. He's right foot up. Doesn't like it. He'll go back to the top of his run. Recalibrate everything. Check his run up. And start again. Comes in. Doesn't like it again. Now something he will need to be conscious of is that in a lot of high jump events there is a time limit on how long you have to make your jump. And I think it's around in the 60-second mark. So he's making his approach now. He's up and over. Very nice. Fosbury flop technique. Troy Johnson is next. He's from Northwest. And he's comfortable. He's up and over. He enjoys a little back roll on the mats. Abdul Badawi, Hammondville, Sydney Southwest. Goes with the glasses. Always interesting in high jump. And not sure what happens there. Whether he has decided to pass. We've got Aidan Fletcher now, South Coast, Wollongong. He's left foot first up, but he's a Fosbury flopper and he makes it with reasonable comfort. Sonny O'Brien now, Corrimal. Happy, comfortable, almost seated as he goes over. No need for the back arch. He'll probably call upon that later in the competition. We've got Sam Mortimer now, South Wagga, Riverina. And I think I should be calling it Wagga Wagga in the Riverina. Sam is successful in his first attempt. He's got a qualifying height of 144, so 130. A lot of these guys are coming into well above the 130s as their qualifying heights. So at the moment, it's pretty comfortable for these guys. Xavier Hicks clears. Joseph Menzies now, North Coast. Purposeful run, good action, easy. All of these jumpers, all of these competitors putting forward a nice display so far of the Fosbury flop. Named after the great Dick Fosbury, the American high jumper, developed the technique in the 1960s. It was Mitchell Camilleri, and mainly the technique was mainly developed because of the progress of landing equipment. Because you'll notice if you watch enough of the athletes perform the Fosbury flop, they're landing predominantly on their shoulders and back. And that was difficult, well nigh impossible with the old sandpit landing. So as technology developed, the landing equipment developed. That's Bo Restall from North Coast. And therefore Fosbury capitalised upon this in the 60s, developing the technique that has stood the test of time. It is the predominant technique used by high jumpers. Probably progressed from a technique better known as the straddle, where a person could land in the sand. There's a little bit of straddle around if you go to some school jumpers. That was Andrew Kim from Beecroft. He's missed his first one. We've got Cash Murphy to complete round one. Cash Murphy makes it. Will now be a second attempt for some competitors. So my unofficial results say that Lachlan Healer, Abdul Badawi and Andrew Kim are going to need to attempt this a second time. Lachlan Healer from Sydney Southwest makes it on his second attempt. Abdul is on his way. Oh, he looked like he had the power and strength there, but might have been just a little too comfortable, relaxing the hips and clipping it. And Andrew Kim decides to do away with all the formalities of the Fosbury flop, and he sends a message to his fellow competitors that at the moment I feel pretty good doing a scissors over this, and he does. Right foot, right leg up first, and he does it comfortably. We're going to move into a second, well, not a second round here, but there will be a height adjustment. No, not yet. We have Abdul Badawi, Sydney Southwest, third attempt. Doesn't like it. Not happy with the run-up. He approaches again. He likes it this time. What's all the fuss about? Over he goes. And that will take what I believe to be the entire field into a height increase now. We will leave the officials to do their work on stand on the western stand. And we'll swing across to some jumping that's occurring on the eastern stand right now. Right, we turn our attention now to the same event, but we are at the Eastern Stand. It is the senior boys, and we have Alex Williams there. Sebastian Mato is about to attempt from Tarmore in Sydney Southwest. The height is 1.35 m, so they've progressed from a starting height of 1.30 m. All of these competitors have cleared that, and they now progress to a height of 1.35 m. That was Alex Tumo from Bilpen. Dane Nolan will be our next competitor from Corrimal, South Coast. He eyes it off, and he starts his approach. Very deliberate, up and over. Nice example of the flop. It is Dane Nolan clearing from Corrimal. Qualifying jump of 1.42 m, so he hasn't been tested yet. But this is a different competition. That's a lovely jump from Benjamin Scaife. From Glenhaven, Tyler Southcott is next. Wallandilly is going to be up on the tablelands there, but he's a South Coast region boy. Qualifying height of 1.35 m, so he's on and around his PB here, but he makes it, and he'd be pretty happy with that. He's got some fans on the hill. They're enjoying his performance. That's Lucas Locke. He's representing the combined independent schools. He's got a qualifying jump of 1.51 m, so he's just, you would imagine he's cruising at the moment. Orlando Watson is here. Lily Pilly, Sydney East. Nice short run. Doesn't need a long run. Just needs to jump high. And he does. He gets over. Just grazes it with the back of the lower leg. 1.40 m is his best in qualifying to come in. Not necessarily a PB, but it's his qualifying jump to come to this championships. There is Jake Ogilvie from Northwest. Misses on his first attempt. He's got a best of 141, so he's got this height in him. There we go. Zach Jatenko, Sydney East. Karila. He's a 148 boy coming in. His qualifying jump. So these guys, a lot of them have not been extended yet. Let's see what the competition produces for us. There we go. Frederick Walker, best of 143 to come in. He's from the Hunter region. Lakaya Noble. Oh, looks like he had it. And just a little movement coming over the bar just allowed the back of his lower back hip region to clip it. He's from Moree. He'll settle into his work, I'm sure. He's got a qualifying jump of 144, and we're only at 135 at the moment. Nice jump from Sebastian Benefiel. He's from Bulli. Callum Tate is next to go. He makes his run now. High stepping action. Grazes it with his lower back. Has got a best or a qualifying jump of 145. So he has this well within his grasp if he can just get his rhythm right. All right, there goes Miles Elliott from Balmain. He's over. Sydney East got a nice qualifying height of 155. You reckon he's going to be in the mix a little bit later in the afternoon. Things going well for him. Jacob Fordham, Gilgandra. Oh, had had time to have a glance around as he went over there. 135. His best or his qualifier is 151 from Gilgandra. So we've got some pretty impressive jumping going on here, and some of the serious contenders based on qualifying heights are not letting anybody down. They are looking comfortable. We do have some second attempts coming up here. I think this might be Ethan Hilton. Doesn't like it. It's an attempt. The red flag goes up. It is an attempt because his hand crossed the plane of the bar. even though it was underneath. I think that's Axel Tuma. It might be a second miss for him. So we've got high jumping in tandem here at the moment. 2 stands operating because of the massive field of 38 jumpers. Kaya Noble lining up. Jake Ogilvie there, missing on his second attempt. Lakai Noble will make his second attempt. And he does it. Nice deliberate action as he got up level with the bar. Allowed him to sneak over. Callum Tate, I think. He's going to need another attempt. And we're in that part of the jumping schedule where we have third attempts for these fellows. Could be Sebastian Maytow. It might be his final jump there. He looks like he might have hurt himself a little. It's unfortunate. Sydney West, Axel Tuma. Jake Ogilvie, I think, rocks on his feet, comes in, short run. And unfortunately, those boys are out of the competition here. And Sydney this afternoon, they did clear 130, the initial height. And 135 sees them bow out. I think this is Callum Tate, and he produces an excellent jump. He's well over. So sometimes it just an athlete may take a little while in this type of event to find their rhythm, and that allows them to make the more efficient performance, and they start to move into their work. I can't imagine it's easy coming out here in front of a nice sized crowd. We've got a crowd of about 100 people on the Northern Hill in the beautiful afternoon sunshine. Wind blowing directly into their faces, cooling them down, and they're probably getting a little bit more of it than we are at ground level. So it's comfortable viewing conditions. And a very well-behaved crowd this afternoon. How much better can it get? Sitting down, nice temperature, little gentle breeze, just cooling everything down, and you get to watch some elite, if you like, amateur sport, primary school level. We have an increase in height and a change in clientele. I'm going to get some more information for you and let you know what is happening at this stage of the competition. But there is a recalibrating, remeasuring of the heights, and then the next the boys will line up and do it all again. All right, now we've got some multi-class action going on the other side of the high jump. You can see on the track, but we can't make our eyes. We'll turn our attention back to the 12 to 13 years boys senior high jump. Connor Westbury, Chisholm, Grafton, North Coast. He commences possibly the third round, I suppose, in a sense that there has been a height increase here on both stands, and the height is now at 1.40 metre. Connor Chisholm, first man over, takes the lead in the competition, if you like. He's got a qualifying jump of 1:43. Here we go. Archie Higgins is over. He is from Western Region now, from Southwest. Cohen Burville will be next to go. Up until now, Abdul Badawi from Hammondville, Sydney Southwest, I think. He's our only competitor to have been eliminated so far. Cohen Burville exercising what I don't think is the rule in high jumpers. If you get off the mat quickly before the bar falls, everything's all right. I think what happens here is that the referee or the official will make the decision as to whether the jumper was the person to make the bar fall, the thing to make the bar fall. And if that is the case, then the bar is down. That was Daniel Taylor. He's from Griffith East, the Riverina. Lachlan Haler, Sydney Southwest. He's a right foot takeoff, left foot over first, but mainly left shoulder as he executes the Fosbury flop, as a lot of them do. And he's over at 1.40 metre with a qualifying jump of 1.38 metre. He's could be in new territory. Jaden Badawi, Matraville. Gregory Transitas now representing the combined independent schools. Eyes it up, comes from wide out. He's going to go right foot over, right foot up first. Gets it with the centre of the back. Troy Johnson now. Northwest has been jumping well so far this afternoon. And makes no mistake. He goes over from Willow Tree, Northwest. Qualifying jump of 1:48, so he's in comfortable territory at the moment. Aidan Fletcher is our next jumper. He's from the South Coast. Wollongong. He makes his way to the bar, and he clears it in a pair of bright white and coral coloured shoes. Very nice. Aidan Fletcher is over. From Corrimal now. Our next jumper. Well, it looks like our next jumper is from the Riverina. This would be Sam Mortimer then. And Sam is over. Scrapes it, but he's over. I think this might be Sonny O'Brien. Might have had to attend another event. No, Xavier Hicks most likely. My apologies. Xavier Hicks up and over, drives the left shoulder over. Joseph Menzies steadies himself. Eyes the bar. He's from the North Coast. South Grafton more precisely, and he cruises over with a PB or a qualifying of 1:39. So he's coming up into some new territory. No, he's a PB, sorry, qualifying 1:48, cruising at this stage. I'm thinking that might be Mitchell Camilleri and not Joseph Menzies. Joseph Menzies over. Hamish Flaherty. He's from Merriweather, the beaches of Newcastle. He comes in and he clears it. He's all business. He's all upper body there as he drives himself up and over the metre 40 obstacle. Burrabestal, North Coast, Blakebrook. Seemed to have the height in the upper body, then just turned it down and clipped the bar. He'll have 2 more attempts at this height. The height is 1.40 m. Making our way into the afternoon here at Sydney Olympic Park. That was a very nice looking jump by Andrew Kim, and he clipped it with the lower leg. There, he seemed to have got everything else over, and he clipped it with the lower leg. Cash Murphy, Hunter region. Yeah, got it with a bit of the lower back there. So we're going to have some fellows making their second attempt at 1.40 m here. We're going to leave the high jump for the moment and head over for a little long jump action over near the Eastern Hill. That's looking pretty good over there. We're going to go and join the folk on the eastern side of the ground for a long jump.
Could a North Coast manager please come to the finish line? Conno from North Coast, please go to the finish line.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are back at the long jump, and we are with the boys 8 to 10-year-old long jump. That was Hudson Fisher that you just saw on the takeoff board. Hudson from Albury in the Riverina. Next on the runway, we should have Jensen Barrett from Mount Colah, Sydney North. There he stands. Looks like his marker is a water bottle, and I could be wrong, but he's on his way. He's charging. It's a beautiful jump, nicely into the air, held his form, and he's popped a nice jump in there. Is Jensen Barrett. It is a legal jump. They are measuring it. We've got Tex Air, Charlestown East, I think, Hunter region. He's wearing the Hunter uniform. He skips into it and now moves into the rhythm of his run, hits the board, nice run up. If you're sitting there back at school, in your school, watching this afternoon, what a nice afternoon that must be. Finished all the hard classwork of the day, hopefully, and just enjoying some athletics. Maybe a student from your school is competing this afternoon. How interesting is it if you've got one of your classmates in the boys 8 to 10 long jump? Here we go from Orange. It's Logan Jenkins from all the way from Orange, Western region. It's a nice jump. The referee and judge likes it, gives it the white flag. So we hope you have been having a good day back in your classrooms and schools, balancing it with a little bit of classwork. And who knows, if you've got a teacher that likes a little bit of athletics or likes to show their students a bit of athletics, or you're just watching one of your fellow students compete. It's nice to have you on board. It is a beautiful afternoon in Sydney. Got up to a temperature of around 23, heading towards 24 degrees there in the early part of the afternoon. Was just making our way into part of the day where the breeze is just lifting a touch. It's been very kind to us here in Sydney at Olympic Park. It's been coming up from the south and just cooling things down enough to make it a lovely day and a lovely afternoon. It's Baxter, Bishop, Lugano, Sydney East. He's got a qualifying jump coming into these championships of 3 metres 98. He posts a 3 metre 80 jump there. Stephen Randall, Western region. Kalea. Gee, I hope I said that correctly. I'm sure the kids in the classroom will correct me if I'm wrong. I can probably hear them telling me all the way from Western region that I've got that right or wrong. It is Stephen Randall. Qualifying jump of 393 coming into the championships. G jumps well. Looked very good in the air. Caleb Davies now, Benvenue Northwestern. He's wearing the beautiful blue of Northwestern. Is it the beautiful big blue sky out there like I was describing down in the Riverina region this morning? I reckon there would be a lot of beautiful big blue sky out northwest. He comes in. It is Caleb Davies. It's a nice jump. It's an abbreviated sort of action, but he jumps well. Looks pretty happy. Pretty happy to be here in Sydney, I'd imagine. Bit of a trip down. Clarence Kelly will be our next jumper. He's from Southern Cross. That breeze is either swinging or bouncing off the hill at the northern end now. Kind of hoping it's out of the south for the afternoon to keep it cool. The cranes on the buildings aren't giving me much help. One's pointing to the south, one's pointing directly east. So that's sometimes an indication for me as to which way the predominant wind is blowing. If I come down and look at some of the others, maybe it is still out to the south. Clarence Kelly, I think. Could be Nick Whitehead there, South Coast. They've got might be a little bit of a change in the list there. It's a beautiful jump, good technique, nice use of the hands and arms. You might be sitting there watching and thinking, well, what use is the hands and arms in the long jump? But it's like a lot of events. It is the incorporation and coordinating the whole body to get the job done. So the arms extended, help to maintain form, hanging in the air as long as possible. I think we're Sydney Southwest here. Could be Josh Love.
Excuse me, mate. Excuse me. I'm going to find out who he was.
I think we've got Tomasai Gaskazau Riverina, I think, here. There's been a little bit of a change in the order. One or two athletes may have gone to compete in track events, but he gets the job done. Nice combination of the dark uniform and the beautiful bright pink shoes. Never saw it as a fashion combination myself in the past, but he certainly does make it look good with the long jump. So it could be a fashion trendsetter of the future with the Riverina uniform and the beautiful bright shoes. If the order's correct, this is Lachlan Cook. His technique's good. Didn't quite get it off the ground like he probably wanted to. But nice technique in the air. I think we have Lucas Gill. Lucas Gill Gomes, Albion Park Rail, South Coast, and I think he will round out, bring to a conclusion the second round. Stayed in the air nicely. Was a good jump. Referee and line judge, takeoff judge is happy. Gives him the white flag. And the measurement takes place. Jump of 4:36. All right, we're going into the third round. Here it is, Theo Lyons, Newcastle. He's from the Hunter region. So we're back to the top of the order, and these fellows we have not seen jump yet. We picked it up later in the order, so we've got Theo Lyons, beautiful jump, nice takeoff. Best coming in here, qualifying, was 4:11. .370 there, so not up around his qualifying standard yet is Theo Lyons. Paulie Lego, Mount St Thomas. Nice part of the world down on the south coast. Mount St Thomas. Paulie is taking off and landing. There he goes. From Sydney North, the Lambie Heights, Alfie Taylor stands at the top of his mark. His qualifying jump is 4 metres 11. Let's see how he goes here. Alfie Taylor. He's also a member of the Bright Pink Shoe Club, and he wears them well. But we have a red flag. That means Alfie has just stepped over the takeoff board there. It's unfortunate. He'll give way to Heath Towers now. Heath Towers of Wheeler Heights, Sydney North. Heath Towers. Now, I believe we've got Anson Vella. He's got the bright long jumping shoes like some of his fellow competitors. Let's see how they work for him. He attacks the run-up. It's a very good run. Beautiful jump. Held himself in the air. His technique is good. Anson Vella. It's a jump of 4.23. His best coming in for qualifying was 4.35. So he's got some room to move. He's got some more in him. From Tabulum, North Coast. Tayshawn Simon. He likes it. Nice jump. Falls forward as all good long jumpers do. Shakes himself off. Gets the sand off. And a jump of 3 metres 83. Next jumpo, Wu Zhen Son, Combined Independent Schools. Wu Zhen Sun. Paulding region and area of schools now with a qualifying jump of 4 metres and 8 centimetres from Cowra. Standing on the run-up, hands on hips. He waits for the runway to clear. And it will be William O'Reilly from Cowra. Paulding group of schools. He's given the clearance. He balances and goes. A little loss of there, loss of the run-up, I think. Not entirely happy. And he sort of drifted a little to the right side of the run-up there. That may have accounted for him not hitting his mark. Red flag. No measure there for William O'Reilly. Hudson Rowe. Combined Independent Schools. Qualifying jump 421. Nice jump. Hangs in the air as long jumpers do. And he gets the white flag. It's going to be a measure 421 qualifying coming in. 403. So we haven't got, so a lot of these guys haven't been able to get up around that qualifying jump standard that they've set, but it is late in the afternoon, and let's be honest, a number of them would have had some other events today. Plus, it's warm. Thomas Calcutt, Griffiths from the Riverina. A jump of 373 for Thomas Calcutt, yet his qualifier is 391. Isaac Johnson, Avalon Beach. The northern beaches of Sydney, Avalon. Beautiful place. Would be nice to be having a swim there this afternoon, I imagine. Water temperature starting to come up. Although, unfortunately, it is a red flag, a foul jump for Isaac Johnson. Freskenai, Abadi, Parramatta. Sydney West likes it, comes in. Didn't quite get the run with 5 metres in there, just sort of had the little skip, and I don't think that necessarily looked part of the normal run. He's got a white flag. He will get a measure. Dominic Ear. Jamison Town, Sydney West, on the part of the area there of Penrith at Jamison Town. It is Dominic Ear. It is with Dominic Ear. Qualifying jump for the championships at 4 metres 25. But not many of the guys are being able to hit that qualifying mark at the moment this afternoon. They may as the afternoon, the competition wears on. I think he's just over there. He's a little over. It's unfortunate. From Young, Kynan Burgess. He's ready and he's away. The hand action is a little across his body, then he straightens it up. Everything's good with the jump. It's clear. Jump of 3 metres 85. Andrew Meredith is next. Broken Hill. Although I think that might be... I think that might have been Harry Billsborough. That could have been Kravitz Faitit from Gledswood Hills. And now we have Andrew Meredith from Broken Hill. Colourful uniform from Broken Hill. I'd have to say to be a good match for the bright shoes that some athletes are sporting today. He takes the jump, he's through the pit, he gets the white flag, so I think he's maximised his opportunity on the takeoff board there. That's Andrew Meredith. But he joins the group of fellows that can't quite get to their qualifying standards. From Western Region, Harry Billsborough. He approaches, hits the board. Jamie Marvel appears from the competitor's tent. He's from Mortlake, Sydney East. He flies nicely. Beautiful run-up. Jamie Marvel from Mortlake, Sydney East. And there is a competitor that has gone past his qualifying distance. 4.16 is his jump, and his qualifier is 3.95. Jack Kane now. Combined Independent Schools. Jack Kane. Jamie Marvel breaks the drought for competitors of going past their qualifying standard, their qualifying distance. He does it with a jump of 4.16. That's a beautiful technique in the air from Jack Kane. And it's a clear jump. Patrick Boafo, Bert Oldfield School, Sydney West. Patrick makes his way. Matching pair of shoes to the uniform, gets into the air. Jack Adams, Bangalore, North Coast. Jack Adams. It's a nice jump. Held it in the air for quite a while. From Corindo. Northwest, Percy Toll. Qualifier 4.06. He's rocking, he's ready, and he's now got the clear runway. So it will be Percy Toll from Northwest. A little wobble just before the board, but he got it done and fell forward. Also from Northwest, Warrialda, Hugo Barwick. If you're watching from Northwest New South Wales, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for having a little bit of Olympic Park in your rooms and on your screens today. I reckon a lot of you will be getting ready to finish up for the day, but there's still a little bit of athletics to take place here at Sydney. That's a beautiful jump. Got nicely into the air and fell forward, rolled forward, to take the stray hand or body part that sometimes falls backwards, completely out of play. He falls forward. 4.27. It's a nice jump. Hugo Barwick. We're back to the top of the order. Jackson Engel, well, he's halfway through the order, but he's top of the order as far as when we're concerned, as to when we turned up. There he goes. Nice jump.
Semi-final two, Doyle on the inside, Pepper, Levy, Williams, Vasella, Wood, Wade, Wheeler, in Heslop. Pretty even this one. Mia Wood though, Yowie Bay Public School, 9% a narrow margin here. Inside of third base, South Coast of the US, but Cheltenham looks like pretty soon to the start. It's Mia Wood, broke a couple of records in the City Asian area. So look at the form on her as she goes towards the line. This is impressive. 26.32 to take the win. Great job as well by Madison Williams, Public School South Coast. Semi-final number 2 for girls 12 to 13 is 200 metres.
Could we have the team manager to the finish line, please? Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the senior girls multiclass 200 metres. Our bronze medalist from St Patrick's, Albury, McKillop, Mia Hogan. Silver medalist from Penania, Sydney Southwest, Chloe Hunter. And our gold medal winner from Nambucca Heads, North Coast, Lexi Brown.
On your mark.
Semi-final number 1 is underway. Letizia on the inside, Bofo, Saunders, Duddle, Espinita, Wood, Ryan, Wagner, Jordan, Ed Gilchrist on the outside. In City West, John Espinita is absolutely powering along the straight here. The polling representative Jake Wood getting after him. On the inside, Sebastian Duddle. Easy clear, relatively clear at the moment. They're coming. Closing through the lead though. John Espinita flies through the line. 24.94 if you don't mind. First semi-final for boys 13, 200 metres, super quick running. Boys here last year of primary school, the 200 metre semis. One semi still to come, boys 12 to 13. Last of the semi-finals underway here for the boys 12 to 13, but only on the inside. Then it's Kim Higgins, Adapui, Giambetti, onside Affinity, Aliqui and Butler on the outside here. Pretty even this one. See the Sydney South there, Giambetti up alongside Sean Matapui here. But Kemp on the outside, Bulldogs onside trying to get a little bit closer to Giambetti. He's through well clear though, will get himself a spot in the final. Looking towards the line here, so Giambetti making sure of that one. Leaving anything to chance, 26-38, take the win. The second of two semi-finals for boys 12 to 13, 200 metres.
Pretty easy. Yeah. Once you get through banks now, once you get past banks now, it's okay.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for senior girls long jump. Our bronze medalist from Picton, McKillop, Drew Cooley. Silver medalist from Cronulla, Sydney East, Sophie Howson. Our gold medal winner from St Ives, Sydney North, Sienna Vasella. presentation area, we have the medal winners for senior boys multi-class 200 metres. Our bronze medalist from Sheldon Cove, South Coast, Xavier Wilson. Our silver medalist from Lucas Heights, Sydney East, Elijah Duckworth. And our gold medal winner from Balgowlah, Sydney North, Jamison Schiefer. Success. In 2010, Leanne became the Sydney East Assistant Athletics Convener before progressing into the position of Association Convener in 2014, a role she has held for a decade. Leanne first attended the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships as a team manager for Sydney East in 2011 whilst teaching at Bexley North Primary School. She's since become a regular face at the annual PSSA Athletics Championships, supporting students and families from her beloved association. In recognition of an outstanding contribution to the sport of athletics, it is a pleasure to award an Athletics Service Award to Leanne Sharp.
Ready when you are. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the afternoon moves on. We're well into the afternoon session now. We're very fortunate to be able to bring you the girls 12 to 13 years discus. It's a senior girls discus, and we are at the bottom of qualifying in the preliminary rounds. That is Lujane, Abulahaf, Georges Hall, Sydney Southwest. Official Mr. Chris Bender assures me that in a little while he will be narrowing the field down to 8 finalists. So we are well set up to observe and watch and enjoy the final of the senior girls discus. As we watch the shadows start to get a little longer here. We had some nice southerly breeze blowing at us at the northern end. We're a little bit protected here, so it's warmer. That is Isabella Roloffs, Warrington County, I think, at Sydney West, out near Penrith, out near St Mary's, Isabella. And to finish up the preliminary rounds, I believe we're going to have Olivia Johnson, and she will represent the combined independent schools. This is Olivia Johnson. Her qualifying throw was 28.03. She lets it fly, clips the net and works to her advantage, just pushes it back into play. So Olivia Johnson rounds out the preliminary and qualifying part of the event. 3 throws each for 40 contestants. That is quite an achievement for everybody concerned. Really do have to hand it to the girls, the senior girls, for their efforts in making their way through the qualifying and preliminary rounds. That, as I said, 40, just under 40, I think, might have been 39 competitors with 3 throws each. Now, that's a lot of time in qualifying for the final. You've really got to hand it to the competitors, and I think the officials as well, who maintain their concentration over that period of time. It really is a great effort, and it is warm out here. I mean, the shelter's substantial, but anyway, we will now be able to work our way down to 8 competitors and what will be the final. That's approximately 120. If my maths is correct, approximately 120 throws in qualifying, and then we will have 24 discus throws in the final. That'll be a walk in the park, I'd imagine, compared to the preliminary rounds. And in a few minutes, I will have a list of finalists for you, where they finished in the qualifying section of the program for the senior girls discus, and where they will be throwing in the final. Their order of throwing in the final. The record for this event is held by Taylor Sengol. It was set in 2007. And the record is 42 metres, 46 centimetres for a 12 to 13-year-old girl. That's quite a substantial throw. We'll see how the girls go in the final, if they can compete with that. Behind us on the track, we have very exciting running of the preliminaries for the 800 metres. There are many of those this afternoon. Girls will go past us and make their way to the crossover point. Everyone comes across to the inside of the track, and there can sometimes be a little battle for position there, but the girls are often running there nicely in that 800 metres. If you're just tuning in, school's probably over for the day, unless you've decided to hang around and watch a little bit. A special screening after school. We're also screening tomorrow. I don't know if the conditions will be the same tomorrow. We do have cooler and I believe wet weather predicted, so it'll be bring your wet gear if you are coming to Sydney for the athletics tomorrow, because once the weather changes in some of these sporting venues, the wind can certainly play a factor, cool everything down, and therefore it's very important to come well prepared with your clothing, your warm clothing and your protective wet gear, just in case it does rain tomorrow. If you're coming in from out of the Sydney area, I mean, even so, it's a good idea to build a little buffer into your travel time, just to make sure your family, your friends, your athletes get here in plenty of time to allow for a relaxed progression from travel to get into the ground and to prepare for the event. So a good idea to get here at least half an hour prior to the scheduled event, but maybe even well before that, just allow you to have a comfortable preparation for the day. We are getting close to an announcement of the finalists.
Could a CASC manager please come to the finish line? A CASC manager required at the finish line.
Everybody else, good job. Good job on the class. Well done, girls. Travel safe. You want to know only top up, yeah. You want to know your so the order of where you came will be in the results after this gets posted. Does that make sense? Good job. Good on you. Take care. Travel safe, yeah. Right, girls, come over, get your medal. Medal. Could almost grab it. Yeah, if you want to grab it now, you can have it. If you boys grab it now, no, you don't have to dip it all up. Just pop it in your bag or in your... That wasn't your order, girls. I'm going to give you your order now. You're going to just sit in your order and then we're going to rotate through our three bonus rows. Sets 4, 5, and 6. All right, in order. All right, Candid. You're up first. Then Olivia Johnson. It's in the order, girls. What did you do? Till it gets hard. And then just stay in order. There you go. Those 3 places. And third is Alia. You're there too, Alia. Then fourth is Sienna Marcella. Fifth is Crystal. Sixth is Gypsy. Seventh is Olivia. And lucky last is Lucia.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the Junior Girls Multiclass 200 metres medalist. From Buninyong, Western, our bronze medalist, Alison Monet. Silver medalist from Lake Marmora, Sydney North, Violet Fuller.
Andrew Smith, if you are available, can you come up to the announcing room? Andrew Smith.
And our gold medalist from St. Aloysius, Chisholm, Sienna Compton.
All right, here we go with the final now. senior girls disc. And that's Candace O'Brien from Muswellbrook, Hunter Region. She finished in 8th place after the preliminary rounds. She throws first. Throwing second, finished in 7th place overall after the preliminaries. It's Olivia Johnson. She's representing the combined independent schools. This will be Olivia Johnson. And it flies. She was unfortunate to catch the cage in her final throw of the preliminaries. But she doesn't do that this time. It just flies straight and pure. Pushes it to the right side of the sector. Alia, Garang Hall, Bangalore, North Coast, third thrower in the final. She sets herself. Beautiful controlled spin, and she releases it a little flat. This will be Sienna Vasella, Sydney North, St Ives North. Finished in 5th place in the qualifying for the final, so she throws 4th. Sienna Vasella, St Ives North. She waits for the go-ahead to enter the circle. Her movements are correct. She enters the circle legally, positions herself, sets herself. Great rotation, clips the cage, and it bounces it back in. She doesn't like it and walks out the front, almost fails herself out there by walking out the front of the circle. Well, she does foul herself out. Crystal M, Richmond North, Sydney West, finished in 4th place in preliminary throws. It's a beautiful turn, nice controlled turn and release. Doesn't look overly happy with her throw, but looked pretty clean from here. And she leaves it to the officials. Gypsy Cleary, Bill Amble, North Coast. She spins, just loses the balance a little, lost a little control, but managed to recover well enough to keep that as a legitimate throw. Didn't spill out of the circle, and she did very well there to maintain control of her movement. Isla Geddes, Riverina pushes it out there. She's a contender for the lead here. Now our leader, Lucia Zagora, combined independent schools. She throws 8th in the final, and she has the lead. Pushes it and walks through the front of the circle. Fouls herself out of that throw. We go back to, pardon me, the beginning of the final round. Candace O'Brien gets a nice turn and a release in. She's from Muswellbrook in the Hunter region.
Bottle of water, mate.
All right. Olivia Johnson now, combined independent schools. Olivia finished 7th at the end of the preliminary rounds. She prepares herself now. She has a spinning turn. It's a nice throw. She's just a little disappointed, I think, at the end of the preliminary rounds where her final throw clipped the cage. It did fall back inside the sector, but since then she's got away 2 clean throws, and they've flown beautifully. Alia, Garang, Hall, North Coast now. She's come up a little early. It's come out a little flat. It is a legal throw. It's in the sector. Sienna Vasella, St Ives North, Sydney North. She waits for the judges and the officials on the fringe of the circle. And she makes her way to a starting position. Very deliberate. Sets herself. Good spin. Pulled it a little, possibly a little late on the release. Maybe just a little use of the arm. It'd be very great temptation to use the arm more, as opposed to letting it hang back and let the body do the work. But it is the final, and there'd be some anxiety involved. Nonetheless, a nice throw. Crystal M. Richmond, Sydney West. Nice throw. Tipsy Cleary, Bilambil, North Coast. Once again, did well, maintained the balance. Likes to hold the arm back, let the body turn, do the work. It's a general idea in these types of events to let the bigger muscles of the body, let the body generate the force, and let the arm come along for the ride. If you're watching now this afternoon, it is a beautiful afternoon in Sydney. Nice and warm. Early to mid-20s. Isla Geddes, Aubrey Riverino, successful throw. Lucia Zagora finished first at the end of qualifying, which was an exhaustive process, an exhausting process. Almost 40 girls trying to qualify. Here she is from combined independent schools. Lucia. Pulled it just a touch. Would be happier with that, I think. Her initial throw in the final pushed it into the cage. But here she is. Final round. Candace O'Brien starts it out towards the official and swings it back. It's a legitimate throw, so they wait and take the measurement. Throw of 29 metres for Candace in the final round. 29 metres, 0.7. Olivia Johnson, her final throw of the competition. Combined independent schools. Nice throw. So, probably to her delight, 3 clean throws in the final for Olivia Johnson. A throw of 30 metres and 78 centimetres for Olivia Johnson from combined independent schools. Alia Garang Hall, Bangalore, North Coast, final throw. Gets the spin, possibly her strongest throw in the final round. $32.08 for Alia. Sienna Vasella now, St. Ives. She waits. And we're ready. Rhythmical action. She watches it fly. Reasonably happy, I would think. She gets the white flags. Throw of 31 metres, I think, 46 centimetres. Crystal Emma Richmond into the cage, and she fouls herself out, walks forward, collects the discus, helping the officials. Bellamble, North Coast. The representative is Gypsy Cleary. Pulls it a little, but probably has the best balanced throw there of the final. Of her final 3 throws. I haven't been able to ascertain Gypsy's distance there. There's a little bit of noise going on around me. Ira Geddes. And she lets it fly straight down the middle. That's a very good throw in the final. Might apply a little bit of pressure here. Ira Geddes, Albury Riverina. Final throw of the competition now. Lucia Zagora. She swings it back in. It lands in the sector. And the girls, she finishes with a throw of 34-1-1. So all of our competitors have now had 3 throws in the final. Calculations will be done. Might have a result for you.
you have anything left to announce?
I will. Something on there. Good? Am I good to go?
Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's bringing to a conclusion the field events for day one of competition here at Olympic Park. For the field events, we're finishing with the girls 12 to 13 years discus. That's an event that took around an hour and a half to 2 hours to complete. It was a long, long event. And the result is that I believe Isla Geddes from Albury Riverina has secured the victory there. And then she was successful over Lucia Zagora, who led into the finals. And then in third place, the medalist, I believe, is Gypsy Cleary from the North Coast. So they are the medalists, and congratulations to all of the girls in the final. I'd like to congratulate the officials at the events in the field today. The fields were particularly large. They have been able to pay attention to detail, concentrate, and get the correct results throughout the day with the help of all of their assistant officials, field referee, and no doubt it's been the same on the track. It's a beautiful afternoon here at Homebush, and there are still one or two events finishing. But for now, we're going to sign off, and we wish everyone a nice trip home to wherever you're travelling to. If you're coming to Sydney tomorrow, please be aware that the weather conditions are most likely to change, and it will be to your advantage to bring some warm and wet gear just to protect yourself in case the weather does close in. It's good afternoon from our production team, and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Josh to see if we can back down. Are you here tomorrow? Yes, I am. Yep. Gotta be prepared. Better safe than sorry. I've had a couple of shifts where I have like weather apps came up and then I go and it's raining in like a t-shirt. Yeah, exactly.
Fortunate in the sense that I've done a fair bit of stuff, school sport and stuff, and athletics, down there around Canberra, cold, wet.